Hello and welcome to the ESL Pro League Season 4 North American Division. Elfish Guy, 4 more teams, 2 more matchups today. How are we going to start this one off?
Liquid and CLG. I think it's going to be a little bit closer than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, you reckon? A couple of blowouts yesterday, unfortunately for us in the B stream, weren't they? Really, some pretty average results for some of these teams, but hopefully today's going to be a different story.
Yeah, definitely. Well, at least on paper it seems like it should be. I mean, Liquid probably coming into this one with, I suppose, a little better form. But in saying that, yesterday they lost to NRG 0-2 with some, I guess, surprising results. So considering that, I mean, you know, even when you think about how CLG hasn't necessarily been performing to the level that we might expect from them, then both these teams coming in here with a little bit maybe shaky form, and both teams sitting relatively evenly on the scoreboard as well. So I would expect we're going to see some closer matches. I think I'm still going to favour Liquid a little bit here. I just think they, across the board, have a bit more depth in their lineup. But definitely, to me, it seems like it should be a closer match than yesterday, which I think probably doesn't surprise anyone, considering we had SK playing up against, you know, yesterday. So it was...
Yeah, well, I assume we won't be seeing any 5 AWP setups coming out today, I would suspect. So, all right, so Team Liquid versus CLG, first matchup of the day. We'll be starting off on Cobble and then heading over to Mirage for the second map between those two teams. What do you think of these maps?
Cobble's a strong map for Liquid, so not really a surprise to see them picking that one up. I would have expected maybe something more like a Cache or a Train potentially coming out from CLG, although admittedly, I guess they're not having the best results across the board, so picking up Mirage here, which to me is a little bit interesting again, considering that's not a bad map for Liquid. Mm-hmm. So overall, I think the map pool just does favour a little bit towards Liquid, but again, we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, well, CLG hasn't been going too well in general lately. No. A few losses in a row. It's a bit hard, obviously, going up against some superior opponents. Team Liquid, the better team most likely, but CLG potential there, maybe to bring something back in the form of an upset.
Well, Liquid even, yesterday did just look a little bit off, so I don't know what was going on there. I mean, obviously, had a look at those games, and Tabson and Peter from NRG were just going ham, basically, and no one from Team Liquid really stepped up. So today, hopefully they come into it with a fresh mind sort of thing. You know, they can forget yesterday's performance and come into this one and hopefully perform, you know, to what we would expect, the level that we would expect. Over on CLG, we saw them as well playing yesterday. Obviously didn't have a great time, but again, what can you really expect going up against one of the best teams in the world? So coming in today, I think they're going to feel like they have a bit of a better shot at this one.
Yeah.
But again, they're going to have to really step up, and I think that's going to come down to, again, Kuster and Subrosa, who I sort of detailed yesterday, I think were the two players to watch here on CLG.
So both of these teams obviously coming into this matchup with a few losses in a row. So they'll both be looking to change things up and regain some momentum, I suppose, in the season. Perfect opportunity to do that for both, I suppose. But Liquid most likely with the advantage coming into today's matchup. Yeah,
well, I mean, when I was sort of looking at how I thought this match was going to go, initially what I said was I thought it might be a 2-0 in the favour of Liquid, but after yesterday's results, that kind of makes me feel a little bit questioning about that sort of a prediction. So I think at the moment still leaning towards a 2-0, but definitely to see CLG pick up a map here wouldn't be particularly surprising. Although, you know, when you consider the map picks that have come out, again, that sort of lends itself towards both those maps being more Liquid favoured.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we look at our matchup for the second half of the day, Selfless up against compLexity. Now, they'll be playing on Cache and onto Train. Again, neither of these teams having great seasons so far. They've been pretty average, to be fair.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say they should have come into these with fantastic results, obviously coming into the entire season as teams that we expected maybe not to perform up towards the top of the ladder. But we'll have to see how they go today. I think both those maps are relatively comfortable map for both of those teams, actually. Cache is a very good map for compLexity. It's probably their best map, actually. But over on Selfless, you know, they don't mind playing a little bit of Train as well, so we'll have to see how that goes. I think it could be a 1-1. I think both teams are quite evenly matched overall, and it's just going to come down to who steps up on the day. Going into this one, even though compLexity are a little bit, you know, doing a little bit worse, I think throughout our season here, it still feels to me like they're coming into this one with maybe a little bit better form. I think Android X and Ape have looked pretty good of late, so I'd expect to see them maybe coming in here today and performing well. But, you know, if they don't perform well, then, of course, Selfless have got a great opportunity
Well,
here.
that's it. As a team, they do have the potential to bring out some big plays and sort of turn the match around. It's just a matter of whether they turn up today and actually are able to achieve that, as opposed to seeing the other form of the team, which is not always that impressive.
Yeah, exactly. So it does come down to which of these two teams turns up. And I think that's similar as well with our first matchup between Liquid and CLG. If either of those teams show up and the other doesn't, then it's going to be a 2-0, to be honest. And, I mean, yesterday there was some good signs, I guess, for CLG. Like, Cutler was performing okay with the scout, at least on Nuke. But, I mean, he had some decent shots with the AWP when they were able to afford it.
Yes, that's half the problem,
that was half the problem, exactly.
So you don't have the money. It makes it very, very difficult, doesn't it? So heading back, as said, to Liquid versus CLG, we're going to be starting on Cobble. It's our first map of the day. That was a Team Liquid pick.
Yep.
Do you like that as their pick?
Yep, I do. It's, well, like I said, Cobble and Mirage are their best maps.
Best maps.
So I think overall it does lean in their direction. I'm happy to see Cobble played here by Liquid. And I think they should be able to pull it off without too many difficulties. I mean, it's not really a map that CLG has had all that much success on. So, for me, Liquid.
It's funny, we seem to be getting a lot of that where you've got on your notes beforehand that these are their best maps, and then again and again, both the maps end up being the better team's map. I don't know either. I guess when you are the better team, it's easier to have better maps or more good maps to use.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Still, you'd like to think that their opponents.
Well, I mean, in this case, I've literally only got Cobble and Mirage.
What do they know? What do they know that you don't know, Elfish Guy?
They must know a lot. To be fair, like they're playing up against these teams a lot more than I am. So.
Oh, you don't say, mate.
So maybe they know something that I don't.
I have no doubt they know many things that you don't, Elfish Guy. But on this occasion, you put down these two maps as their top two maps. So we'll see if that's the case today. What's your prediction in terms of score to start us off on Cobble?
On Cobble, I think it should be reasonably comfortable for Liquid, assuming they perform how they should and not like yesterday. I'd expect that we'd probably see something like 16-12, maybe 16-10 in the favor of Liquid.
I guess we'll have to see. compLexity, definitely with the potential to turn up. Team Liquid is definitely also not the most serious of contenders, perhaps, against them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we'd like to think they'd take out the win. We also would like to think that we'll have some closer games today than yesterday as well. So we're ready for an upset today, aren't we? We're ready for these to go all the way.
Well, I mean, to be honest, if either of these matches go in the way of the underdog, it's not really to me going to be a massive upset because the two matches are pretty close anyway. Like I feel like CLG here could take a couple of maps over Liquid on their day. Similarly, compLexity I feel could take a couple of maps over Selfless. So even if we do see the underdog picking up victories, wouldn't be hugely surprising.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see, ladies and gents. We're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be right back with our first map of the day. We'll be right back.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal, is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the Galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, guys and girls. We have 10 in the server, and it is ready to get into game. Elfish Guy has predicted about a 16-10, 16-12. Was that right to Team Liquid?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
We'll have to see, but let's head into game, ladies and gentlemen. The pistol round underway. Liquid up against CLG. Liquid will be starting on the CT side. CLG starting us off as the Ts. Looks like we're going to send 2 over towards A, 3 towards B halls for now. And CLG will be wanting to get a good start heading into this one. To be fair, both teams will, because they're both on a bit of a losing streak.
Look at this push, though, from Liquid. That's so aggressive, straight out in towards the T spawn almost. And, well, it hasn't worked out too well for them. Cutler and Ethan finding one apiece, and Liquid is only able to get one, but Hiko, he finds 2 before going down. So, now back to a 2v1. I mean, it's difficult here still for Elige, but it's definitely doable.
It certainly is, and if he can get himself into a bit of a better position here.
They need to retreat the bomb.
Well, that's it. Look at this. Oh, he's going to get a little bit tagged up, down to 85 HP. Peeks back out, takes a bit more damage, pushes them down. We can see Ethan already down to 19, Cutler down to 69. They're going to push out quickly over to the B site. They know that it will be clear, but Elige is pushing very, very quickly here through Connector.
Yeah, it's going to make it difficult to plant here for Ethan, and Elige has been spotted out, but Cutler is going to be able to take him down in the end there. So CLG escape with a round. Although it did look a little bit shaky for a moment there. Was an interesting strategy, to be honest, from Liquid, pushing that aggressively up in towards the Ts, but, well, in the end, it didn't quite work out.
No, it doesn't. So, Cutler and Ethan both able to buy some AKs. Kusta going to go the same way. So, Rosa and Hayes going to go with alternatives. Always love a bit of SMG action, to be honest. But, on the other hand, Liquid, they're just going to send a 4-stack over to B, but that's not where the bomb is right now.
CLG have really bought into this one. Like, I mean, 3 AKs is generally not what you would expect to see coming out for a first buy. And potentially they might have expected that Liquid would force into this one with some armor and that sort of thing. So they thought, well, let's just buy an extra AK for assurance. But in this case, Liquid have just gone with those pistols. So it's really kind of important here that CLG is able to take at least those 3 AKs through to this round. They don't want to lose any more than that. Otherwise, the investment, you know, is probably not worth it.
Bomb now pushing back, all 5 of them stacking together here for CLG. They're going to head over to the B site and come out, by the looks of it, onto balcony here. Now Molly's going to try and force back JDM, but it doesn't matter, he gets picked up. The site is clear, but the rotation coming across from Team Liquid all the way through mid. They have no armor, however, and these MAC-10s even can rip them apart. So bomb plank going to go down here. Cutler holding back in a good position to grab a couple of picks with this AK. And he'll do just that. Yeah,
exactly how CLG needed to play it. Using those long angles to make the pistols a little bit more ineffective. Elysian, of course, with the Deagle, trying to do what he can, but in this sort of a situation, he's just going to be peeking and peeking until he gets eventually taken down by one of those AKs. And looks like CLG will get out of this one with 5 guns alive, so pretty much a perfect anti-eco from them. The bomb going to explode here, so a bit of extra cash in the bank there as well, courtesy of that. And really, in general, CLG looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, not a bad start. 2 from 2, straight up. They're going to take all of these weapons through to round number 3. Liquid, they haven't spent that much money. We'll see what they've got to work with. Probably not to buy. Yeah, so
unless they force into it, but highly unlikely.
Well, considering how well they saved last round, just wouldn't seem worth it, I suspect. And that'll give CLG probably 3 rounds straight up here, unless Liquid can grab something out of the hat. I suspect CLG will be feeling a little bit better about this than they did yesterday. They're wanting to follow on with some good form for the first half here.
Yeah, well, potentially. We'll see what Liquid can do when they get onto the bye. But for now, obviously going to be favouring CLG into this one. And it does seem like CLG defaulting back towards that B bomb site once again. So, you know, not too surprising. The B site tends to be the favoured side. Although, it's a good pop flash from the CTs. They weren't able to get the job done, though.
Oh.
But Ethan apparently is.
See ya, mate. See ya, indeed. So, it's now a 4-on-3, but you would like to think that CLG should be able to push out onto this site and pick up the 3 remaining CTs. On the other hand, we also have Hayes pushing across from mid there, so if Nitro is still left, in time potential here for him to push through and find something. Wow, straight through the smoke goes Ethan. Brings him down to 15 HP. Kusta will finish it off. Now we'll actually get to see some action here instead of Team Liquid getting wrecked 3 rounds in a row with superior weapons.
Well, who knows? Maybe they will get wrecked.
Maybe.
Even though they do have the weapons. But yes, in theory, you're right. Would hope so. CLG just going to be taking one of those Mac 10s through here, so keeping a little bit of extra cash in the bank, trying not to invest into all the AKs. So we'll see how Hayes does here, but potential for him to actually do some work. There's actually no head armor available here for any of those Liquid players. If he can get into close range, that Mac 10 can cause a bit of damage.
They're going to push long A to start the day off here, and Ethan jumps forward. We can see both Hayes and Kusta have already gone down. So Rosa takes out the AWP, and now it's a 3-on-3. Would be smart to probably rotate back around here to the B site. They've left Cutler. He was just watching into mid, but he was also the player with the bomb, so even if he does want to hang there, you'd probably want to swap that bomb back to one of the other 2 players.
That was pretty nicely played there by CLG. They knew they had the numbers advantage, and even though they lost the first 2 players, they continued that push and were able to trade them out. So back to a 3v3. It could have been a whole lot worse. Maybe if one of those Liquid players had have gotten out of that long area back in towards the A site, then the job here for CLG would be much more difficult. But now they have the open bomb sites, or the relatively open bomb sites, that they can try and get into.
48 seconds on the clock here, and it's going to be an A push by the looks of it. They decided they want to hang around this site. They have allowed Pimp up to the back of the site as well, so potential here for Pimp to find a couple of frags. I'm not sure if they suspect he's actually there. He does pick up Sub Rosa, should be able to get a second. In the end, he will go down to Ethan. However, Hiko surely finds this frag. He does. The bomb not yet planted, and Cutler, the last one left alive for his team. He's going to try and get a plant down now and should be successful. He's got the AWP, he's got 2 flashbangs. Probably going to need to use all of it, to be honest, to make this work. Elysian, Hiko, you'd surely like to think they could find something here, but no utility will make it hard.
Yeah, and also no kit available. Maybe there's one dropped on the site, but for now, they don't have a kit in their person. And Cutler down to 7 HP. Hugo should be able to get this one fine, and does manage to do that. Picks up the AWP as well, and gets the defuse quite easily in the end. So a good round for Liquid.
Yeah, they got there in the end. They picked up an AWP off the ground as well, which is a cash saving heading into next round. And of course, they stop CLG in their tracks here, and just stem the flow a little bit, I suppose. So we'll see what they want to buy into this round. CLG with plenty of money to make something of round number 5. Liquid will need to clean this one up as well to put them down onto an eco, while CLG, if they clean up Liquid, their economy is going to be looking pretty poor.
Yeah, pretty important round for both these teams. It could follow, well, following this could be an eco for the other side, so they definitely need to try and win this one out. Liquid would be pretty pleased if they can bring this one back to 3-3 pretty quickly. And at the moment, I mean, their first gun round, it wasn't exactly super convincing, but they got the job done in the end. I mean, they had some nice little passages of play. The initial 2 frags were very nice, but unfortunately they weren't able to get out of there, out of that long area alive. But if they had have, then of course it would have looked a lot better for them. Still though, CLG now with 5 players alive, Liquid with 5 alive as well, but a couple of SMGs brought up here for Liquid, so the buy, considering, you know, they win the round, is actually not as good as what they had last round. So a little difficult here for Liquid.
Yeah, well, when you only get through with 1 player left alive, it can make things just a tad awkward.
Yeah.
Heading into the next round, especially when your economy wasn't so great to begin with. We saw that CLG actually managed to get through the majority of the previous anti-ecos and keep up most of their weapons, which is why they're faring a little bit better right now. The bomb pushing towards the B side, only 1 player hanging at A. Just trying to perhaps hold those remaining 2 players back there. Cutler pushing back as well, just for the moment. The bomb looking like it's going to push back as well. So going from a B push back over to an A push here on round number 5. Hiko flashes his way into drop and picks up Ethan. So that's going to be the first frag. But look at the time, 24 seconds. They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to do it quickly. Yeah,
and they've just been picked off 1 by 1. At least Nitro will get traded out there by Subrosa, who also finds the entry onto the site, onto JDM. Pimp's able to come across, though, on the rotate and pick up 1. So we're back to a 3 versus 2, and there's trades going across the board here, but that works out for Liquid. They had the player advantage, and it's still a 1v2. This time, Cutler again finding himself in a poor position, but he doesn't have time to plant and should be taken down. Looks like he's going to get knifed as well. Aliege. There you go.
Rubbing salt into the wound. You lose the round, you run out of time, you lose your AWP, and you get knifed.
Yeah.
So, see Cutler there coming through with $250 for this round.
Nice little cash boost there for Team Liquid, and, well, not so great for CLG, obviously.
No, not at all. Actually able to buy into this round as well. That's how good their economy was, Elfish Guy.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been investing super hard into these. They've just been going for the AK, so no AWPs have come out yet. You saw them take that extra SMG through to the first gun round. So they've been saving a little bit of cash backwards and forwards. So, you know, CLG being able to buy into this one, although it's not a perfect buy considering what happened to Cutler last round, it's still definitely workable, but they are going to have to respond back here. We've seen Liquid pick up 2 gun rounds in a row, and it's time now for CLG to really respond.
Nitro is going to sit in mid with the P90 right now, and we can see that Pimp has pushed all the way up long A as well. So they'll be getting a ton of information on where they expect these guys to play. That'll see Hiko push across, Nitro push across back towards the B site. For the moment, that's the correct call, because there are 4 players here from CLG ready to go. So Bros are just sitting at the top of drop here, and he'll take 38 damage just for hanging around when that HE comes through. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're going to have to make the decision. Can't afford to run out of time once again. And they haven't been able to get a pick so far. The rotation's now coming out. Looks like the bomb's going to go back towards this A site. How quickly can Team Liquid push back across with the rest of their players? Pimp spots out Kusta, finds the frag. Nitro pushes back across. He's in front of the smoke as well and drops the bomb carrier. Hayes goes down. All of a sudden, this is looking very, very average here for CLG.
Yeah, I mean, that kill from Nitro is so huge, dropping the bomb carrier, but then you see Hiko pick up 2 for himself as well. So really across the board, Liquid looking very good in that one. Didn't lose a single player. That's exactly what they need to do here on that CT side. And I mean, the economy not yet really ramping up, but definitely if they pick up a couple more rounds like that, they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Well, that's it. They lost the first 3, picked up the next 3.
And now it's an eco now.
Yeah,
well.
CLG finally forced onto their first eco here. So you'd like to think that Liquid should be able to pick this one up as well. But CLG, they're going to have to change something up. They really haven't been looking very good in the rounds where, you know, both teams have had equal weapons.
Yep.
They just haven't had enough to get past Team Liquid.
Certainly not. And it's lucky that they picked up the pistol round. Otherwise, at the moment, they'd be looking at a 0-6 scoreline, which, of course, would be not all that great here on Cobblestone. A little bit more of an even sort of map, so we wouldn't expect to see the CTs getting off to a bit of a good start like that. But it does seem like Liquid are getting off to that good start. 3 gun rounds in a row, and now they're up against the eco here. It should be 4-3 in their favour. And I mean, the scoreline is not great, but the way in which they've gone about these wins definitely has made them look like the better team at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly has. We can see that CLG is starting to stack up towards long A, just holding and waiting. They will send Subrosa over towards the B side. Again, potentially trying to bait someone out, prevent a rotation, pick up a weapon, any number of things he might be trying to achieve. But if you can keep these 3 players here from Team Liquid on the B side, it does give the guys over at CLG just a little bit more of a chance to try and overcome these two players currently sitting on A for the CTs. 35 on the clock now. They're going to have to make a move again. They've got no utility.
Yeah,
they
got nothing.
P250s and they're stuck here. Kusta finds Nitro, and that potentially is going to be the highlight of the round here for CLG, because Pimp is in a great spot to find some frags. Look at that, picks up 3 very, very quickly up against those unarmored targets. Ethan manages to find 1, but that will be that. So Liquid lose 2, but pick up the round. CLG sitting on enough money here to be able to buy back into this round.
Yeah, I think losing 2 there is probably just par for Liquid. They would have wanted to get away with, losing a couple less than that, but obviously not the case. And they're going to go for the double AWP into this one, which is a little surprising for me. I would have thought they would have just kept, those 4 rifles. I mean, their economy is good enough, of course, to buy this double AWP, but it just doesn't really feel like they need it.
Well, I guess there's 2 ways to look at it. We talk about how quite often you'll see the double AWP come out only when you start losing rounds as a CT, right? Like
yeah.
it's sort of a change up that you would like to think the first time you pick it up, you should be able to grab that round. Perhaps for Liquid, they're just trying to secure, a good start here. They're now finally in the lead, and the Liege will watch him here, in a good spot, perhaps to find some frags. Look at that, picks up the bomb carry straight away, hiding on the other side of the smoke, and already Cutler and Sabrosa are the last 2 left alive for their team. Liege will go down, but still a pretty precarious position here for the last 2 players of CLG.
Yeah, although Cutler and Sabrosa are at least making something of it here. It's a 2 versus 3. It's still difficult for these CLG players, but it's definitely doable. The rotate's already come across from Liquid, so they are going to have to deal with these 3 players. They have to jump out there and get the bomb, which is unfortunately dropped in a pretty dangerous position. And Pimp, that's a good Molotov, forces Cutler out, and he's able to pick up the kill. Hiko grabs the other one. So in the end, another good round there for Liquid. They take 3 guns through to this round, although they didn't secure the double AWP. So we'll see whether or not JDM decides to buy another one into it. Looks like he will, otherwise you would have probably expected Pimp would have dropped it over already. And there you go. So double AWP coming out once again.
Yeah. I don't know, just to continue that train of thought, it just feels like Team Liquid are trying to perhaps secure a couple of extra rounds on the board right now where they think they can get them, as opposed to waiting it out. But I don't know. If CLG could come back and win 1 round and then you can go double AWP and just reset their economy, that's not too bad either, to be perfectly honest. But we can see here, winning last round had pretty much the same result. CLG will be on a 5-round losing bonus though. And, Cutler going to go down straight up there to JDM.
So CLG's buy next round is going to be pretty good, regardless of whether they win or lose. Just getting those pistols and armor on Ethan and Sabrosa to try and find something in this round, but of course the AWPs at the moment not allowing them to do that. A kill for JDM and a kill for Pimp already for Team Liquid. And yeah, again, a little surprised to see the second AWP coming out in this round. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising to see something like an SMG, considering Liquid probably would have known that CLG would be going for an eco here, or at least a half buy, something like that.
Well, they had like 5,000 each or something. They had a bit to work with. They could have definitely forced through, but I suspect they just didn't have precisely what they wanted. And if they brought through 1 or 2 players, I suspect they probably would have bought behind it. But that wasn't to be the case, as they all got absolutely wrecked.
Oh well, it is not working out as well, regardless of the situation here for CLG. Kusta now finding himself alone, and Pimp is holding a very close angle with the USP, gets the headshot in the end and acquires himself a deagle. CLG, as expected, should be buying into this one. They're going to get the AWP onto Cutler for what is, I think, the first time throughout this entire series. They did pick it up a couple of times in the middle of a round, but I think this is the first time he's actually been able to buy it.
Yeah, I think potentially part of the reason they waited the last round was purely to be able to get Cutler that AWP and some armor to work with it. He would have, I think, just been able to buy it by itself and maybe a smoke grenade or something like that. So this round is a real full buy here for CLG, and they really need to find a win right now to get themselves back to
JDM's
a
in a good
decent
spot there,
scoreline.
though. Holding an aggressive line up on top of drop. As of yet, hasn't been spotted out, and no one's spotted him, although Ethan is going to be able to pick him up. So for some reason, Ethan's spider sense is tingling there, and he's aware that JDM is in the drop room. So now an advantage for CLG for the first time in a few rounds, although immediately pulled back there by Pimp with the Desert Eagle. And to be honest, it seems like Pimp's using his pistols more than the AWP at the moment, but it's working out for him. So
just showing off his skills. But Pimp was all the way up, all the way down there on long A, right up where we can see Cutler is now, and he managed to drop all the way back to mid and pick up a frag with the Deagle as well. So he's managing his life pretty well. He didn't just sit there, and hope for the best, maybe get a spray down. Instead, falls back and works with his teammates, which is exactly what he needs to be doing. And you can see him here with the AWP holding back as well, ready to go. 35 on the clock here, Elfish Guy. Look at that, he picks up Kuster as well. We see CLG continuing to weight down this clock. I don't know if it's working for them.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here for CLG. 25 seconds left here for them now, and trying to get into that bomb site with a player disadvantage is always going to be difficult, though Ethan gets a nice entry, and Sub Rosa trades him out. This is not so bad, 2 versus 2, although in saying that, we see another trade come out, still favoring Liquid, 2 versus 1, and Cutler is going to go down to Hiko there as well. Liquid find their 7th round, and now CLG really starting to struggle. They should be able to buy into this one, but they're not going to be able to afford an AWP unless it's a glass cannon. They're not going to go for that, so Cutler just with the Tech 9 and armor here. It's not a great buy for CLG again. It's serviceable, but without that AWP and with just the Tech 9 in Cutler's hands, you have to question what they're going to be able to do here. And I think, unfortunate as it is, you have to say, what is Hayes doing at the moment? He hasn't even picked up a single kill in 10 rounds.
Certainly a less than ideal start for him. I think most people would agree. The double AWP's coming out once again here for Team Liquid. They've had a pretty good start, 7 rounds in a row after losing that pistol round, saving for 2 rounds. You really can't ask more than that, right? Pistol round potentially.
Well, you could ask to force into the second round, I guess, and win that.
But you can see here that clearly a 7-3 is the correct decision, right? If they know that once they get, or they feel that once they get onto these gun rounds, they have the advantage, and they've shown us that for 7 straight, that's exactly where they're at.
Yep.
So
they've definitely been making life difficult here for CLG, and kind of expected, considering Cole is one of their better maps, and CLG don't play it all that much. It is, of course, Liquid's pick, so that does come with some assumptions that you should be doing a little better. And of course, they are doing quite well here.
They are doing quite well, yeah. Short of winning the pistol round, there's not much else you could, I suspect, ask for them. JDM, he's in the right spot, finds a frag, and now all of a sudden CLG are down to 3 players. As you said, they didn't have the best of buys coming to this round, no AWP for them. But the rest of the team had 4 AKs. And look at this, Sub Rosa and Kuster both finding frags here. Ethan needs to pick this one up. He won't be able to. Alish takes him out. Kuster goes down to Pimp, and Alish will find the last player of the round. Liquid picks up their 8th in a row here. CLG really struggling. Cutler now, he's got $4,300. What can he spend it on? A pause going to come out. One would assume surely a CLG tactical pause here. They need to make something of this. Everything that they try is failing.
Yeah, I mean, it almost, it is of course time here for a pause for CLG, but where do they go from here? Even if they can bring it back to 7, if they can get it back to 7, that's not a bad first half. I think Liquid's hit their pass score now of 8. Anything more for Liquid here is going to be a bonus, and it definitely seems like in the form that they're in, the way that they're playing at the moment, it's looking like it's going to be going that way. I mean, Pimp, he's been looking fantastic without AWP, and typically he'd be the secondary AWPer here for Liquid, but he's leading the charge there on 14 kills. Hiko as well has been chiming in with some nice double kills every now and then. That's really been swinging some rounds in the way of Liquid. So across the board, the guys on Liquid are getting frags when they need to, and really for CLG, they're not quite doing that.
No, they're certainly struggling. Hayes, as you said before, still we're at round number 12, about to get into that one, and he's hasn't had a frag on the board yet, so makes it very difficult when you're essentially playing with 4 players in that sort of respect.
Yeah, and CLG, I mean, they're getting into positions where they can win rounds, but they're just not being able to clutch them out, like the 3v3s, those sort of situations. Sort of the mid to late round parts of the fights are not necessarily going their way, although admittedly they've tended to start off in sort of a 5v3 situation, get on that bomb site. Sub Rosa, generally speaking, has been the one to get a couple of entries, and then he's been traded out, and then everything falls apart from there. So for me, maybe if Sub Rosa can keep himself alive, maybe into the late round, into sort of a clutch situation, maybe something can come out here for CLG, but certainly across the board, they don't seem to be really challenging Team Liquid all that much.
No, and they're leaving themselves with very little time to work with as well. Even when they're getting onto the sites, it's almost like Liquid's happy for them to get as far as they get, because they know that they have the numbers, that they have the utility to take them down as they push through. So it doesn't matter how close you get. If you don't firstly get a bomb plant down, you don't win the round. You get no points for getting close to the site. You get a little bit of money for getting a bomb plant down, but they're not even achieving that the majority of the time. They're not even getting that far.
Yeah, exactly. And well, CLG here probably just discussing what exactly they want to do in the next few rounds. This one's probably just going to be a pistol armor buy so that they can get a good buy into the next round, maybe with an AWP for Cutler. But even then, when we saw the AWP for Cutler, the last time that he was able to pick it up, it wasn't all that impressive.
Well,
So
they need to get a bomb plan as well. They need to move quicker. They need to get onto the site. They need to
Yeah.
overrun their opponents before they get an opportunity to do anything. They're not even getting the bomb down. They're not getting that money. So hopefully here with this Tech 9s, a little bit of armor, maybe we'll see them with the ability to rush out. But as I say, that Liquid, they're calling the play, and they've got 4 people over on B site already.
JDM.
And, look at this.
Oh, I thought he was going to get a collateral there, but doesn't manage to do that. In the end, just picks up the single frag onto Kusta. He'll fall back a little bit with that AWP as well into the safe arms of his teammates. Nitro going to find Ethan there. And, well, 3 versus 5. What can you expect out of this one, really, for CLG?
Yeah, no, not very much. Liquid were right on the money there. They had 4 players ready to go, and they really punished CLG in that situation. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can do. They certainly did try and push out quickly, but the result wasn't what they needed, unfortunately. Hayes will find Pimp, and that does open up this A site to a degree. We can see Nitro just pushing around the back of the van here. He might be able to find these last 2 frags. He gets one, continues the spray, picks him up. So, only Sabrosa remains, and he's on the other side of the map. He's nowhere near the bomb. And they're happy, I think, just to leave him over there for now and just require him to come across the other side of this map.
At least should be able to cover him off here. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, not a bad round for Liquid there. I thought maybe CLG were going to get one more frag into that one, in which case it wouldn't have been an awful round for them. But to be honest, again, just not exactly what CLG needed there. They needed to really put a little bit more economic damage over to Liquid to feel happy about that round. But Liquid, of course, have heaps of money to play into it anyway, so wouldn't have bothered them all that much to lose a couple more players regardless. CLG, as expected, have bought fully into this one with an AWP onto Cutler. And we'll have to see if he can make use of it again this time. He needs to get some sort of pick or entry frag, something like that, with that AWP if CLG, I feel, are going to really get into this.
Look at this. We've got another really forward push coming out from Liquid on long A. See Nitro's all the way down behind the hay bales, ready to go, waiting for someone to push through, and the potential here for Hayes to fall victim to this trap. Smoke's going to come out and cut off that angle, but perhaps they don't realize that there's one more player just around the corner. We'll see whether Hayes does play it, and he's firing, but at the moment nothing's coming of it. And still 2 players for Team Liquid sitting in good positions, and Nitro peeks out, finds 1, finds 2. Finally gets taken down by Kusta.
Like, that cannot happen. You need to get that trade, and luckily CLG are going to respond back with a few there and bring it back to a 2v3, but really Nitro shouldn't have been allowed to get 2 frags there. In the end, though, it's not looking so bad for CLG, although Hiko, he's been performing quite well throughout Cobble here, and let's see what he can do. Making his way out onto that A-bomb site, hasn't managed to hit a frag just yet. Sabrosa's going to get one onto JDM, and now it's just Hiko in a 1v2. Luckily, he dropped the bomb carrier, and now CLG are in a difficult position. Hiko, he doesn't know there's someone right behind him. Sabrosa should get an easy kill here.
You'd certainly like to think so.
Although Hiko's worked it well.
Yeah, no, we'll get found out.
Yeah.
So, CLG finally pick up a round, their first gun round victory. And it's round 14, however. Liquid already with 9 on the board. They'll be able to buy this round. They'll spend what they've got next round, irrespective of the result. And when you've got players like Hiko who start this round at $10,000,
yeah,
I mean, he can help buy up for the rest of his team.
Well, it won't be an excellent buy next round if they lose this one, unless they can save a couple of guns through it. But here for CLG, they definitely want to be scrounging together as many rounds as they can, and getting to 6 here would be pretty decent if they were able to get there. Would certainly put them in a position that's workable for the second half. Though you got to say, at the moment, 4 is not quite enough.
No, certainly not. It's going to be a struggle come the swapping half here. The CLG to stay in this. We've had a 1-for-1 trade so far. The bomb coming towards the A site, which for a change is actually open, Elfish Guy. There's no one sitting up the back of the site. We've only got Nitro there with his M4.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pimp's usually that A player, and he's already gone down. But Liquid just covering off the site now, it seems. And Liquid, obviously, their defense is just a little bit stretched here with only those 4 players. But CLG, as of yet, have yet to really take advantage of that. Making their way over to the B-bomb site. Elige, holding on towards Platt, is going to be the first one who'll have to take a duel. And Hiko probably coming in as the second man to back him up.
45 seconds remains, and it looks like CLG are going to be trying to make something of this B site, and they're going to have to do it In a 3-on-4, they lose Kusta there over towards A. Ethan goes down, but sorry, Ethan picks up the frag. Cutler goes down. That Molotov holds them back for a second. And that does give time for these Team Liquid players to push across. JDM finds an easy frag. And that leaves Sub Rosa here by himself.
15 seconds as well. I mean, he's just going to have so much trouble trying to collect this bomb and plant it. He'll have to take down Nitro, but it's not going to happen. Nitro picks that one up, and now CLG really in all sorts of bother. Their economy is going to be a little dodgy coming into this final round, and of course they're going to force into it, but Liquid, this could be 11-4.
Well, to be fair, CLG have been playing the game with an economy like this.
Yeah.
It's pretty much what it's looked like all game. It's just been very, very poor. And Team Liquid in a great position to take this out, 11-4 heading into the second half. I'm sure they'd love to do that. CLG, really? They never found Liquid's number here. They never found the right way to play it. And Pimp straight up finds one, finds two.
I think he might have got that last kill with the final bullet left in his clip, but he'll be happy with that. 2 players left alive here for CLG, as we saw. I think Hiko picking up the other one across the other side of the map. Cutler does manage to take down a Liege, but still, it's not enough. I mean, 4 versus 2 is barely a better situation than 5 versus 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty big ask, and looks like CLG for the moment just trying to change things up a little bit, perhaps. Do they want to play up through drop, rotate back through, find some frags from the flank? Wouldn't be a bad idea, and you know, it's potentially one way to pick up this round. We can see Ethan going down to 44 HP. Hiko picks up 1, picks up 2, and Liquid cleans up the first half, 11-4. We're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be right back with the second half of this map.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Welcome back, guys and girls. It's our second half here of our first map of the day. Team Liquid up against Counter Logic Gaming. We started off our conversation this morning, Elfish guys, saying that whilst Team Liquid probably had an advantage heading to this one, CLG was definitely in a position to make something of it. But so far, all they've made here is a mess.
Yeah, really. It's not enough on that first half there for CLG coming into this one. Liquid will be feeling very confident, and for CLG, the pistol round super important here. They need to pick it up. If Liquid does manage to grab it, it's pretty much all over at the moment here on Cobblestone, and it has looked like Liquid has been the better side across the board, so I'll expect to see, I think, Liquid picking up the remainder of these rounds pretty quickly here on the second half.
Yeah, well, let's see what JDM can do. He picks up Hazed and Cutler straight away. The bomb plant goes down as well. And we've already seen about half as many bomb plants in the second half as we saw in the first half, Elfish guy. Ethan in a precarious position here. He does find one. Will he get a second? He does. That's great work. But still 3 alive here. Make that 2 now for Team Liquid. The bomb is ticking away. Ethan has a kit to work with. Kusta pushes forward. He finds one, but he needs to check stables. He won't. And, well, Elige in a great spot here just to do something. All they had to do was check stables. All they had to do.
Yeah.
That's it. And they would have been fine. They could have traded it out and got the defuse. But in the end, Elige too strong, holds back, and gives Team Liquid the pistol round.
Yeah, and I mean, more importantly, denies it from CLG, I think. So
yeah.
CLG, are they going to force into this one? Probably not. They've got a couple of rounds to play with at least. But they're going to have to eco the next round as well. And so by that stage, we'll be at sort of 14-4. Anyway, see what happens. Whether or not CLG buy into the next one. Unlikely, but Yeah, they are letting Liquid get very close to the magic number 16.
Yeah, I'm loving this buy coming out from Team Liquid. We have SMGs all around, and they should shred CLG here. These unarmored targets. Pimp just needs to check to his right. He does. That leaves Sub Rosa and Ethan as the last two players left alive for the CT side. They're going to try and rotate across, but even at range, JDM on that MAC-10 is very dangerous here. And Pimp finds the last frag. The bomb goes down. Liquid makes it 13-4. And we're getting much, much closer to a map 1 victory here. Liquid having a very good game. We said we didn't want them to be blowouts, and surely they wouldn't be. 13-4 is kind of looking like that.
I mean, I didn't expect him to be blowouts like this. I thought CLG was going to get a little closer. Like I said, 16-10 to 16-12. At the moment, doesn't look like it's going to happen. But for now, CLG going to be on the eco. Liquid should be finding themselves at 14-4 before the first gun round comes to pass. This time, Liquid making their way over to the B-bomb site. Last couple of rounds, they've gone to A. So changing things up. But CLG have a bit of a stack over to this B-bomb site. So maybe at least something to work with for them here. And Sub Rosa will start off quite well there onto JDM. Pimp should trade him out and does manage to do that. Elige found another one as well. But
what,
Pimp.
Was that the last round again?
Yep.
I feel like it has to have been. And he finds Cutler in the head. Hazed. Last one left alive for his team and should get finished up there by Nitro. He does these rounds. Mate, they're so quick.
Yeah, well, get them out of the way here, CLG. Now they can buy into it. And this is, well, they have to definitely turn things around now. If not, it's too late.
I think it almost is too late. I'm happy to be wrong, but it's a pretty big ask. Let's see what Team Liquid tries to do with this buy.
Double AWP immediately coming out for CLG, and that, for me, is a cry of desperation almost.
It is a desperation move, isn't it? It's all their chips are on the table here, Elfish Guy.
And I mean, essentially they had to be fair, but, well, not relying on those 4 AWPs. We're not watching SK
I was going to say, is this yesterday, mate?
Yeah, no. 4 rifles, I mean, but double AWP here for CLG. Let's see how it works out. Team Liquid making their way quickly into the A-bomb site. They haven't checked down to where Hazed is holding, but he should be traded out there by Hiko, and he does get traded out. Elige making good use of that SMG, quickly moving in towards balcony, picks up a kill, but the bomb's down. 3 versus 3 now, and a difficult time for CLG to retake this site.
Yeah, exactly, and to be fair, those 2 AWPs are far less effective if you just let your opponents rush onto the site with SMGs and don't really contest it. And it feels that was exactly what happened. We saw that there was one player sitting down on ramp, but he didn't do anything. So Rosa will find one. Ethan finds one as well, and now they will get this round, Elfish Guy. And that was an okay retake here coming out from CLG. I guess, really, they didn't lose anyone. Liquid got picked up.
Yeah, it
could have been easier, though, to be fair.
Liquid just seemed to not really know where any of those CLG players were on the retake, and obviously no trades came out, so I guess CLG going to be happy with that one, picking up all the kills that they need, but Liquid buying into this one. They have another opportunity to close this one out with a pretty convincing scoreline, but they don't want to let CLG get back too much into this one. They don't want to let, some momentum slip, I guess, into that second map.
Well, it is starting to slide away just a little bit, the balance tipping ever so slightly, but still very heavily favoured towards Team Liquid here. If CLG can use these 2 AWPs again, did they carry 2 through? I know they lost one. I don't know whether they picked it back up, though.
I didn't notice, to be honest. Anyway, regardless of how it came to the fore, they do have 2 AWPs. Booster and Cutler taking them away once again. And it wasn't really the AWPs that played all that much of a part in the last round, I think. So we'll see whether or not that's going to help them out this round. Kusta holding very far back on the B side towards Chicken Coop. Cutler holding on towards the A side at long. He might have a little bit more action coming up for him. It's Pimp and JDM. This should be an okay situation for CLG. A 1-for-1 trade. It could be worse.
Definitely could be. The bomb still sitting out towards the A site for now. 2 players on A, 2 players on B here for Team Liquid. We can see the 4 CTs spread evenly across the bottom side of the map as well, ready to rotate should they need to. Looks like Liquid are just going to group up and try and force this one together, which wouldn't be a bad play, assuming they can get out from here. Kusta, though, he's sitting up the back, ready to go with the AWP. Can they do something about it? Hiko comes through, drop, picks up Ethan straight away. And it's going to make life even more difficult here for CLG. Elige fires through up to the back of Coop. He won't pick anyone up yet, but does find Sub Rosa. JDM tries to find the last player.
Oh, and a better shot from JDM.
There we go. And Cutler now the last one left alive for his team. He's in a 1v3. He's got an AWP. Surely you just hold on to this weapon.
Well, yes.
Surely, in reality, there are no good decisions here, right?
Yeah.
There isn't.
Like, it's hard to say what he should do here, to be honest, but he has decided to go for the save. And, well, taking an AWP through to the next round is better than not taking an AWP through to the next round, I suppose. But also, giving up a round here to Liquid is going to be just painful, I suppose, there for CLG when they know how far down they are. And to win 10 in a row from here on out, I just don't see it happening. And then even to win the overtime, like I just don't think it's going to happen here.
No, I would agree with that in its entirety, Elfish Guy, and Cutler will find one bonus frag there at the end onto Elige. So 15-5 now the score. CLG, can they win 10 in a row to bring this back to overtime? I think most people would suggest that it's highly unlikely.
Indeed.
I think CLG would suggest that might be highly unlikely.
With a force buy into this one, CLG, at least, they do have some weapons to play with. The AWP that Cutler saved through to the next round here is going to be crucial for them. Have a look and see, he's playing at the moment down on the A-bomb site, looking in towards mid. But really, there's no one from Liquid to actually challenge him and be better off over towards that B-bomb site. For now, though, he's not going to have much of a part to play.
The bomb sitting out towards the B side of the map for now. But 3 players for Team Liquid just lurking over on this A side. Hazed. What can he do, Elfish Guy, with 2 flashbangs, a Molotov, and a 5.7? That's the real question. Well, he finds Pimp. But I don't know if he's going to get an opportunity to pick up the weapon that Pimp was carrying. The Elige going to take down Cutler as well. And look at that. Very well played coming out from Elige. He's pushed all the way through and picks up Hayes. So in the end, JDM does not even need to worry about that player. It's a 4-on-3. The A site is the side of choice here for Team Liquid to try and finish off this first map of the day here on Cobblestone. But the stacks coming out for CLG. They are ready to go. Can they hold back the force that is Team Liquid?
Doesn't seem like it. It's down to Ethan here in a 1 versus 3. He's already found one and looks for the second, but it's not going to be enough. In the end, Liquid proving to be too strong there for CLG.
Yeah, they certainly were. I think just overall they played just much better Counter-Strike.
Yep.
It was, of course, their map of choice. They decided they want to play Cobble. So we'll give them that little bit of bonus heading into it, Elfish Guy. But Mirage, another Team Liquid map.
Yep.
And CLG, I don't know if they've got anything here in the tank to do
And the way the
about
AWPs are looking here for Liquid, Mirage is not going to be a prettier sight than what Cobble was there for CLG.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to wait and find out, ladies and gents. We'll take one more quick break, and we will be back with our second map of the day.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division. Elfish Guy, a bit of a break there. I don't think it's tomorrow in North America yet. We waited for a while. It's tomorrow here in Australia. But
We're from the future.
From the future.
It's still alive. Everyone's still alive.
Yeah. So a bit of a wait, unfortunately, but we should be ready to go. The team's finally ready and in the server. We're good to go here, Elfish Guy. We're going to head into the pistol round, our second map of the day. We're on Mirage. It's Liquid up against CLG. We can see that CLG will be starting this time as the CTs.
Yes, and well, that's good for CLG at least to get onto the favoured side here on Mirage. And obviously, they didn't have the greatest of performances there on Cobblestone. 16-5 was the result in the favour of Liquid, who looked across the board much stronger. And coming into this one, I'm not so sure I have faith that CLG is going to bring it back to a 1-1. See how it turns out, though, in this pistol round. Currently a 2-for-1 in the favour of Liquid. That B-bomb site opening up a little bit, although the rotate from CLG has been pretty quick, to be fair.
Yeah, it certainly has. Still 3 left alive. They're trying to push into the the B side, and just perhaps find some good retake positions to work from. They have 2 smoke grenades to do something with. Hiko, he's got a flash. Pimp goes down. Hiko's still alive. It's now 2-on-2. Hiko in a great spot to find one. Will he get the second? Very close. It must be. He's going to chase Cutler around the corner and should be able to pick him up here. He does. And Liquid picks up the pistol round. Couple of good frags there for Hiko, to be honest. And a good start.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad read there from CLG to get that early rotate across, but just again their aim letting them down a little bit and not able to connect the shots that they needed to. So CLG going to be coming into this one again with a disadvantage. Another pistol round win for Team Liquid. And this time, it's just going to be a save from CLG, although they've picked up a couple of grenades here, so we'll see what they're going to decide to do with them. If they throw them out mid, it could cause a bit of damage. And by a bit, I say, I mean 5 damage to JDM.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Very much a little bit of damage was the end result. You can see that the guys over on Liquid, they've gone for 2 rifles and 3 SMGs. Hayes going to throw out a nade of his own, maybe. Second time's the charm. Yeah, that was just that little bit better. Cutler going to boost, not sure who that was above him. Can't really tell from there. Kuster, there we go. And all 3 of them now just sitting here in the mid area trying to find some frags here. But JDM firing up, picks up 2. Once he finds a 3rd. And, well, only Sub Rosa now left alive here for the guys over on CLG. And even though they bought in with a few P250s to do some damage, did not really, to be fair, do what they would have liked, which was find a couple of early frags here in this round.
Pimp must know that Sub Rosa's in here somewhere.
You reckon, or do you think he's just jumping back and forth for the lols?
There we go. Finally, Sub Rosa peaks, and Pimp's very happy to pick it up. So 2 on the board for Liquid. Not a single loss in that round either, and that economy getting rolling pretty early here. They'll just take a few SMGs through to this round. Once again, Counterlogic Gaming is going to be on the eco, so a bit of a better start into this one than what Liquid had on the first map. At least it should be.
Yeah, well, the potential here for Liquid really to run away with this, and I genuinely hope that CLG has something up their sleeve, something to pull out of the hat, something somewhere hidden on their personnel, Fish Guy. I don't really care where it is, as long as it's good.
Maybe in the form of a HE nade?
Well, it's a start. Certainly a better nade than we saw the start of the last round. We'll certainly get them on the board to begin round number 3 here. But Pimp, he's all by himself over on the B site. The bomb is coming back towards him, but Elige also over here on A, and he's doing a bit of damage. He finds 1 with the nade, 1 with the MP7, and Pimp will find the final frag there onto Hayes. So 3 easy rounds coming out for CLG. Well, the first one was a little bit more difficult. Sorry, coming out for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
First one a little bit more difficult, but obviously with that weapon advantage, CLG really could not bring it to them. Now the first gun round of the game. And it's really all up to CLG here to hold them off and to make something of this.
Yeah, well, important one for CLG just to get back on the board here. If they start to let, Team Liquid get away with that first half again like we saw on Cobblestone, we're going to see a much similar result to what we saw in the first map. So here again for CLG, they need to get off to a good start, and especially considering they're on the favoured side, I'd say they need to get probably at least 9 here so that they can have something to work with on their T side.
Well, it's a big ask, and it's certainly going to start with them finding this gun round. They really need to make something of this right here to get themselves back into this. Really, they got smashed on the first map, so they really need to make something of their map here as well. We can see the Hiko for the moment. Just going to play up in colours. Pimp.
Oh, wow. Pimp should have got that.
Yeah, I thought he was going to... I was about to say, Pimp's going to find Kusta, but he doesn't. Kusta gets the frag.
Well, it's a good start for CLG. They'll take it. 26 HP on Kusta, but he's still alive for now. Not anymore, though.
No.
Nitro and JDM are going to find a couple of kills for themselves, and suddenly things swing back in the favour of Liquid. In saying that, though, suddenly things swing back in the favour of CLG. Very backwards and forwards round coming out here. 2 versus 3. Ethan, though, still down on 8 HP. He's an easy frag for CLG if maybe Nitro can tag a shot onto him.
Well, let's see how these two guys for Liquid can play this one out. The B site currently open. We can see that Cutler ready to push through market, though, with the AWP. And, of course, Subrosa, who we're following right now, is up in apartments ready to go. So they can safely get this bomb plant down and then put CLG onto the retake. That will definitely be the right play, but that's a hard start there. Nitro trades it back.
Yeah, and they're both coming from the market now, so he only has to really cover off that one angle. Ethan is still on 8 HP, still alive, but you have to say, Nitro, this is definitely a round that he can potentially clutch out here. Cutler is going to be spotted. A good headshot coming out there from Nitro, and it's just down to Ethan now on 8 HP. He does have a kit to work with, but Nitro playing this one as well as he can, and very well indeed. He's going to get the clutch. 1 versus 3. Nitro picks it up for Liquid.
Picks up 4 frags, picks an AWP up off the ground, and puts Liquid in a very good position here to get some early rounds on the board in this second map. They're 4 up already. CLG obviously losing 4 in a row, which will allow them a little bit extra cash, but it's not going to be enough to get a buy into this round. They're going to be back onto an eco here. Pistols only for them. It just really has not been working out so far for CLG.
No, Elige getting an easy one into Hazed, and he's going to be traded out there by Ethan, so there's potential weapon pick up there for CLG. Ethan actually doing a good job here on the A-bomb site. Hiko goes down as well, and so now Liquid scrambling a little bit for some frags, making their way potentially towards that B-bomb site once again. The SMG has been retrieved there by Cutler. There's still one gun that can be picked up by CLG if they force their way up onto Palace. Still, now going into the B site is Liquid. Nitro picks that one up onto Kusta. Looks for Subrosa, but isn't able to land the shots that he needs. Still, that B-bomb site looking pretty open now for Liquid. The bomb should go down.
Yeah, well, hasn't been a bad round, to be fair, for CLG. They picked up 2. They've got an MP7 as well. So maybe they can find 1 or 2 more frags here. Pushing up at Nitro in a great spot, looking up towards ladder room to try and find a pick. It's really not the place you want to go, to be honest, Ethan. And between he and Cutler, maybe they can find something here. They're not going to find a round win, however. Team Liquid will be making this 5-0, picking up the first 5 rounds, and CLG really on the back foot now. Starting to struggle. Nitro going to find Ethan. Cutler goes down to Pimp, and that's it. They clean them up. So, in the end, a good round for Liquid. It looked perhaps like CLG might have got what we would consider par there on that eco, but taking no pistols through. Oh, sorry, no weapons through in general.
Yep. I mean,
and not picking up those last frag, or a couple of frags to find a little bit more damage onto Team Liquid. So in the end, not that great.
It's been a very good start here from Team Liquid. Suffice to say, 5-0. Now going to be defaulting back to that double AWP set up very early on in the piece here for CLG, but I guess, just falling back on it, seeing if maybe they can find something here, and it definitely is a map that the double AWP can do work on. Kusta with one of those potential here for him to find the first frag, and does manage to do that onto Hiko. We'll see whether or not Liquid is going to be able to take advantage of this early start that they've got, because typically we've seen Liquid go down, 5-3 or something like that, and they've just been able to come back. So I don't think it's over just yet here, but CLG definitely looking like they should pick up their first gun round here, or the first round in general on Mirage.
Well, the double AWP, we talk about it quite a lot, and in this situation it seems to be working for CLG. The first time they've been able to bring it out here on the CT side of Mirage. And they've certainly been making some plays with it. They I think to begin with they left A open, so maybe that will be Liquid's push, assuming that there's 2 AWPs coming through next round. But for now, what can Pimp do? Well, Ethan's going to find a frag there in A main, drop the bomb carrier, and now it's a very difficult situation for Team Liquid to try and get out of. It would really need someone like Pimp here.
Yeah, they do really need Pimp to pick up at least 2 or 3 frags here. Maybe if JDM can get the other, then they can get that A-bomb side open. But in the end, Ethan is going to clean up his own second for this round. And, well, he's looking for another one as he's going to just try and chase JDM into the A main, into the T spawn.
Certainly will. He's got the AWP. He's got 6 seconds on the clock, and he should be able to get away free here with this AWP into next round. So CLG, it took them till round 6, but they will find a win. They just don't find that last AWP, unfortunately, or the AWP for Team Liquid.
Also going to be a buy into this one for Team Liquid, so the job's not yet done here for CLG, and I know I've said this so many times for them, but they just need to pick up more than one. Whether or not
well, 16 would probably be a good score.
Well, yeah, but they have they have to start off here well, because if they get reset here, Liquid's going to run away with the first half.
Kusta playing the exact same spot on short to start this one off. We'll see whether the guys from Liquid do play around him this time. JDM finding Hayes straight away. Kusta now pushing forward, might find a frag. He does. Nitro goes down. He drops back again to the same spot he dropped back to last round. Over towards the B site. And, well, you would think that Liquid might be getting the gist of that. But to be fair, they haven't been able to find him out so far. So they will have to change things up again if that will be the case. 4 on each side still to go. 1 minute left on the clock. The bomb. Which way do they want to push? It looks like they might be able to split onto A. That wouldn't be a bad play, to be honest. Just need to keep these 2 players alive over near unders for them to push through connector.
It's going to be a pretty decent A play here from Liquid, splitting across all of those directions. Lots of angles for the CLG players to connect to. We'll have a look at. But they're going to answer it quite well. Ethan gets a 1-for-1, although Cutler, able to find that one from Ticket Booth, is making things a little difficult for Liquid. Gets tagged down to 8, but Sub Rosa will also chime in with a frag from short. So CLG have played this one well. And it's all down to JDM. Feels like he's probably not going to be able to pull this one off.
No, would need some pretty big plays coming out from JDM here. And I think it's probably a little bit too much to ask, especially when he's going to get spotted out there by Cutler. CLG managed to string together 2 gun rounds. They hold onto these AWPs. They actually really didn't lose too many players. Yeah, Liquid definitely with the funds here to do something. That looks like that's going to be precisely what they do. CLG have perfect buys coming into this one once again, so no excuse from them. Let's see how this double AWP will play out. Team Liquid needs to change things up, and it looks to me like that's precisely what they're doing. But Kusta not playing short B this time, Elfish Guy.
Nope.
Playing from the back of van, and we'll find that frag. So nice change up there from CLG.
Pimp really needs to come up big with this AWP now that he's picked it up off JDM's body, and he was doing some good work with it on Cobblestone. This time not managing to land a shot onto Sub Rosa, and this is really not how Liquid would have wanted to start off this force by, you know, losing that first player. With a buy like this, you always really want to be getting that first pick so that you have that slight advantage despite having the weapon disadvantage, the utility disadvantage. But now everything's stacked in the favor of CLG, and we should be seeing them come back to 3-5 from this point on, barring something crazy coming out from Liquid.
Well, they've got a minute still to work with. They've tried pushing onto A. They've tried splitting onto A, and now they're trying to get their way over towards this B side. It's been very difficult. Subrosa is up in apartments, and he's sort of holding back at the moment. The AWP, as we saw, has gone down to short now. There's not going to be any action for him there. However, if they do manage to sort of waterfall onto the side, it puts him in a pretty good position to pick them up, and that's precisely what he'll do. He finds a lead straight away. Hiko here might be able to find a frag. He does, but he also gets tagged. Pimp gets one.
Oh, Pimp.
Picks up 2. And as you said, he needed to get frags with that AWP he found on the ground, and that's now what he's doing. The bomb plant down. Potential here for Liquid to end this double AWP for CLG.
potential, but it's going to be tough. They're all very low on HP. It is a 2 versus 3. Now 1 versus 3. Pimp looking fantastic with that AWP at the moment. Picks up so many crucial frags in this round, and he might even get the last one. We'll see what Cutler's going to decide to do. And there you go. Well, maybe a little bit preemptive, but 16 HP on Cutler. Still, it's almost worth at this point leaving the AWP in the hands of Pimp. It seems like he's definitely having a better time of it at the moment than JDM is. So Liquid should be able to find their 6th round. It was a good force into that one. And a good comeback into that round when they lost the first 2 players.
Yeah, I guess they're different types of frags, right? Once you're putting the AWP into the hands of someone for those entry picks up against another AWP, whilst obviously Pimp found himself up against people with AKs, you know, yeah, exactly, who were trying to retake a site or trying to hold onto a site, just a little bit different. So JDM going to get that AWP back here. Cutler and Kusta going to hold on to AWPs or rebuy these AWPs into this round. Let's see how they choose to play it this time. Kusta looks like he's going to go to Van again, so he's going to go short twice, Van twice now. And the other one staying on Cutler over towards Ticket. Hasn't really seen that much, and well, Kusta finds Pimp straight away there, trades him out, so Rosa going to go down first. Elysian, not a bad spot maybe to find Hayes, but Hayes finds him. And now it's a 3-4 CLG with the player advantage.
Yeah, no trade available there for Liquid, so a little unfortunate for Elise to go down like that, and Hayes is going to find JDM as well. Does get taken down by Nitro in the end, but across the board it's looking like CLG just having the advantage in this one. Just down to Nitro now here for Liquid, and the double AWP setup, it seems to be causing a little bit of trouble here for Liquid now.
Yeah, well, it kind of, it took them almost 2.5 rounds to kind of work out what was going on with the AWPs. And even then, even when they won the last round, they didn't really seem to get it. They managed to get the bomb plant down, but they still took, you know, a bit of damage at the start, and it made life a little bit difficult here. So perhaps this is why CLG picked this map. We talked about the double AWPs being even stronger here on Mirage. And whilst it may be a Liquid favoured map, if CLG is confident in their AWPers on this map, as they seem to be, of the 4 rounds where they've run 2 AWPs, they've won 3.
Yeah, but in saying that, I mean, Liquid's already at 6 rounds on the T side, which is
Yeah.
pretty much a par score. So, you know, they've still got plenty of opportunities here to pull that one out. And for CLG, I mean, the pressure is still on them. They need to close out these remaining 6 rounds here to put themselves in a good position. So, again, even though things have looked a little bit good in the last few rounds here for CLG, if it all sort of suddenly swings back in the favour of Liquid for a couple of rounds, then we're once again looking at a pretty poor first half for CLG.
Well, yeah, that's a very good way of putting it into perspective. 6-3, not as bad as 16-5, however.
Yeah.
But of course, CLG starting off here on the CT side to get things going. At least for them, they managed to get 2 AWPs going much earlier in this game than we saw them able to do a little bit earlier on Cobblestone, and of course making much better use of it. Kusta this time has gone, I believe, to short. Cutler staying where he is, and the bomb pushing up unders here. So
yeah,
maybe they might be able to pick Kusta up in ladder room if that's where he seems to be lurking. They just need to get some vision onto him. It's going to be a difficult eco round though for Team Liquid.
Yeah, of course, but Nitro finds one, so if they can find another one into this round, they might have a chance. Although Hiko is going to go down straight away there to Hayes, so now no one coming in from sort of the main T-spawn area for Team Liquid, and it's just everyone stuck in mid. At least they've got mid control, but they can't really do much with it considering the weapons they've got. Pimp has found an M4 at the very least, but he's going to have to come up with something a little bit special if Liquid is going to win this round.
Yeah, definitely needs to bring out the sick plays here, Elfish Guy, and I think it's perhaps a little bit too much to ask. Now, JDM, the last one alive for his team, has got the bomb. In his ideal world, he'd find Sabrosa here, and he'd get a bomb plant down. That's not to be his dream. Unfortunately, will be shattered there by Sabrosa. And the score now 4-6. CLG bringing it back. They've won 4 of the last 5 rounds. And again, just going to stick with the 2 AWPs. Team Liquid, they'll be buying into this round, and you would like to think that now they should have a solution to these 2 AWPs. They should be able to have a more successful round.
Yeah, but again, the trouble is they don't have a huge stack of utilities here. There's only a couple of smoke grenades available for Team Liquid, and once those are used up, they're going to have trouble either getting into the side or getting into mid or wherever they want to go. So they'll have to make perfect use of those 3 Molotovs that they had available. smoke grenades rather, that they had available. And the trouble as well, Hiko only with a Tech 9 here, so a less than ideal buy, and he's actually working in mid at the moment. So with only that Tech 9, not great. Although an entry frag onto the A-bomb site, that's going to help. Traded out straight away by Kusta. And so back to a 4v4. CLG still looking okay to hold on to this one.
Well, Hayes in a good spot. He finds a couple of tags but won't get the frag. Picks the corner, gets one there onto Hiko. JDM will find one onto Kusta, drops the AWP. It's now a 3-on-3. The bomb in a position potentially to be planted. There you go. It will go down. Sabrosa trying to play from down towards CT. The remaining two players for CLG are on the other side of the A site trying to come in. It is a very good Molotov, and you would have thought Hayes would get that. He does in the end. Nitro goes down. 3-on-2. One AWP, one AK here. And Elige in a difficult spot. But will they spot him out? Not yet. JDM gets one. They finally take down Elige. JDM takes out two. It's a 1v1. Can he get the frag? He's got the right side. He misses the shot. The Tech 9, it doesn't matter. Well, finds the frag there.
That was a fantastic performance that round from JDM. He picked up that crucial frag onto Kusta in jungle there as well and closed out the final three when it looked like CLG was going to come barreling into that side and pick up the victory on that round. But a big swing again now for CLG. They're going to be against that momentum that Liquid have just picked up off that round. It's a poor buy really coming out here for CLG, and like I said, you know, if CLG falters once, then Liquid's going to come back into this one with a good first half, and now with 7 on the board, it's been a pretty good performance so far on that T side here for Liquid, but they certainly have opportunities now to really pull that one back to an even better scoreline here. Yeah, interestingly enough, even, finally when Liquid decide to try and make something of the A site, I think it was a Cutler had actually taken his AWP over towards B, and Kusta was trying to play from over towards mid. So there was actually no one with an AWP over towards Ticket, which of course allowed them that easy access through A main, which got them down and made it successful. So to start things off, however, Nitro going to be the first one picked up here on round number 12. Minute and 5 on the clock. They're going towards the B site. We can see that Hayes is just holding back over towards the bench right now. Potential for him if he doesn't stay flash for too long to find these frags. There's one, holds down the trigger, won't get the second. However, Hiko round the corner picks up Cutler, and well, it's now a 3v3, but they're not really on the site yet. The bomb not yet planted. Time to work with here for CLG, and Kusta would love to find JDM here and try and take control of apartments. And JDM should get this frag. He's covering off the angle. If he doesn't peek away at the wrong time, he should get an easy one. And in fact, he's going to put the smoke down, so that's not great for him. He'll take a grenade as well, down to 11 HP. That Molotov might clean him up, although it's actually hitting Elige, and there you go, JDM somehow kills himself. Not sure what exactly happened there, but at the moment, it's difficult now for Hiko. 2 versus 1. We know he's such a strong clutch player, but he has to find the ace in this round if he wants to win, and he's got no time to work with. Ethan just going to stick this defuse. By the looks of things, he's going to get it. Subrosa closes out Hiko, and well, Hiko had a bit of a champion effort in that one, picking up 3 kills, but wasn't able to get the final 2. And a round back on the board there for CLG. So at least redeeming themselves for last round, but it just feels like they've let at least one too many rounds slip here over to Liquid.
Well, Liquid are certainly starting to get these T-sided rounds on the board, and they are worth perhaps just that little bit more here on Mirage. So 7 and 5, not a bad score at all already for Team Liquid. If they can find another 1 or 2, they would certainly love to do so.
Yeah.
They've got 3 rounds left to play with. This time, we'll see them on the eco once again. Only a single up coming up for CLG, but it should not matter. It's going to be a rush. They're going to force their way over onto this A site. Cutler, the only AWP in this this map right now in this round, and he's in a perfect spot to do some damage.
Yeah, it's only an eco here for Liquid, so Cutler's going to have free reign pretty much over that A-bomb site with the long AWP angles that he can utilize. Ethan as well going to come in from the connector and finds himself a couple. It's a very easy round coming out there for CLG, as you would expect. This one, though, perhaps not going to be quite as easy. See what Liquid decides to do into it.
Let's take a look at the buy here for the T's. Looks like it's probably going to be AKs across the board. JDM really not that much money to work with. There you go, 5 AKs. Bit of utility. Cutler's still the only player with this AWP. They're going to change up his position, send him into mid, but Team Liquid, they're not going to change their strat into this round. Hazed through the smoke and into A main, ready to go. I don't know how much work he's going to be able to do, though.
Well, if he pushes at the right time, and he doesn't push at the right time, Hiko punishes him for it. He could have pushed in there when Liquid was setting up for some smoke grenades and might have been able to find a couple of easy frags. In the end, he does get that timing wrong, and now Liquid will go into that A-bomb site. Well, I was about to say with the player advantage. That's been equalized, though, now by Cutler.
Well, they were slow to push on, and the rotation came out from CLG. They had 3 players there ready to go. They'll drop one back. That's going to be Cutler with the AWP. He's going to head around towards Ticket up through CT ramp. The bomb going down. Elise throws out a nade, but he can't see where it's going because there's smoke covering off that entire side of the map. Kusta here with a flash of his own. And, just waiting to try and time this with perhaps a peek coming up from the other side to split the retake here for CLG. Elise pops out a flash. Hiko checks behind. There's no one there. They're coming from the other side. Cutler is going to find JDM, but one goes down. Hiko picks up a second. Ethan's gone down as well. And Cutler's surely going to get picked up here, up behind Ticket. The bomb ticking away. Liquid will find this round.
Yeah,
well,
either Liquid find Cutler or the bomb is going to kill him. There's no way he gets out of there alive, and Pimp, in the end, is able to pick him up. But the troubling sign now for CLG is that Hiko really seems to be ramping up here into this second map. He was a little quiet, I think, on Cobble. He had some decent performances, obviously.
Yeah.
But now things are starting to look a little bit better for him, and he's picked up a few nice shots, a few nice rounds in a row. And, well, it's troublesome times now for CLG. If this goes to 9 for Liquid, even if it only stays on 8, they've had a very good first half. CLG, to come back in the second half, is going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, well, they seem successful with the 2 AWPs on the CT side, but really, it's such an expensive strat to try and play over and over again. It's great if you manage to win every round with it, but other than that, you're going to find yourself time and time again not able to play it.
Yep.
And again, Nitro going to be the first one to be picked up in this round. Looks like they're trying to grab mid-control here, and it's not a bad idea from Liquid.
Ace is in a good spot, though. You
Yeah.
peek over that smoke and potentially spot out those CTs. Actually falling back a little bit deeper into the connector here, but still not a bad spot for him. He can probably find one here. If he gets a 1-for-1, that's worthwhile. In the end, he'll get 1 and gets 2. Great stuff from him. And going to get the reload off? No. Pimp will be able to take him down. Still, very good trade for CLG in the end there. 2-for-1 and puts them at a 2 versus 4 situation. Pimp and Hiko going to have to come up with something here.
Yeah, surely this will now be 7 and 8 with CLG picking up this round, and that's exactly what it will be. Half-time scores practically even here, but when you put on that CT side bias, maybe not the case. We'll be taking a break, and we will be back with all of the action of the second half between Team Liquid and CounterLogic Gaming.
This is the Galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the Galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the Galaxy's easiest meal.
He's gonna get the 1 kill in that bomb incoming under the zone. And Phoenix has to stay up. Oh, he gets the trick for that Phoenix. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, love that.
Welcome back to Liquid up against CLG, our second map of the night. 2 more remaining after this one. And Liquid in a pretty good position coming in to their CT side. They're 8-7 up right now, but really, 8 rounds on the T side was a pretty good first half here for the guys on Team Liquid.
Certainly was. We'll see how this pistol round goes. It still hangs in the balance. If CLG can pick up the pistol round here, they're going to be putting themselves in a good spot. And Ethan, he's done fantastic work in pistol rounds before, and, well, he's following that up once again. Now down to Elige at the moment for the B-bomb site, though the rotates do come across quite quickly for Liquid. 3 versus 4 retake. It's not going to be easy for the CTs here, but Sub-Rosa and Ethan tagged up a little bit, so there is potential here for Liquid to come back into this one.
Yeah, not great having all of the players over here in market, but having said that, it gives them the potential, I suppose, to trade out as opposed to finding themselves in a bunch of 1v1s and losing them. They're going to make their way onto the site, and this isn't looking too bad at all now for Team Liquid. It's a 3-on-2. The bomb ticking down, though. Kusta picks off the diffuser. And now Kusta, the last one left alive up here. What are they going to do? They do have a kit, so they should be able to finally defuse onto this bomb. And Liquid finds the pistol round. A great retake in the end. They pushed out quickly. I don't like seeing 3 players come from market, but if they get all the way into the site in like 2 seconds, doesn't really matter in the end.
Yep, exactly. I mean, CLG, I think, could have played that one a little bit slower as well. Maybe not necessarily peaking as much. But in the end, it goes to Team Liquid, so you can't dwell on it here for CLG. They just need to come back here with an eco. They got the bomb down at the very least, so they'll be able to buy up next round. But obviously, this one should be going the way of Liquid.
Mate, I can dwell on whatever I want to be honest.
Well, you do that.
Yeah, it's okay. But CLG still in a position where they can make something of this, but they're going to have to find a lot of rounds here on the T side. And Liquid, however, I suspect they'll be very, very keen to get this rolling once again, pick up the next 2 rounds, put CLG really on the back foot. And when I mean the back foot, like put them back in the locker room, not even on the field, essentially.
It's an interesting analogy. Eco.
Mate, should have locker rooms. Should have locker rooms.
We don't. We live in Australia.
Yeah, that's true. We don't have anything. We've got Counter-Strike. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, that's true. For the moment, CLG have actually picked up a frag. Kusta's got himself an SMG, so something to work with in this round. Still, though, Liquid with their full head armor across the board aren't going to be too phased by Kusta having that weapon in his repertoire. Liquid holding onto this B-bomb site pretty well. Eco's found himself another frag.
He certainly has 3 left alive here for CLG. The bomb heading towards the B site. Are they going to push through unders and try and go to A? Are they going to go up through apartments? Apartments is what it's going to be. They're going to try and use this utility to make their way safely onto the site. Kusta, using the MP7, finds a frag. Hayes also took out Pimpia. JDM at range with the scout trying to find some frags, but it's a lot more difficult to use, of course, than that AWP. With CLG getting the bomb down and only 2 players left alive for Liquid. Potential here for them to be successful on this eco. What can JDM do? He needs to make his scout work for him, and he's struggling to do that. Potential, maybe he needs to swap across, but he does find Hayes, and now Kusta, the last one left alive again, and it doesn't matter. They retake successfully.
Yeah, it was always going to be difficult there for CLG, considering how low those players were, and even though JDM had that scout, that you always felt like Nitro probably could have even 1v3'd that, just because of the low HP players that were coming out there for CLG. So, I mean, not a bad result there for Liquid. They pick up the win at least. They're able to take the M4 through to the next round here, but the buy coming into this one for Liquid is going to be a little bit shaky, actually favouring CLG for this.
It would have been way more impressive, though, if he'd managed to 1v3, just going to say. Yeah. I would have liked that.
I mean, JDM got one of the frags, yeah. But, oh well.
So, the buy now here for CLG is going to be a better buy than Liquid's going to drag into this round. But if they lose it, however, it's probably going to be game, set, match, I suspect, for CLG.
Maybe not quite, but it definitely is shaping up that way. Liquid have got a bit of an advantage heading here into the second half, and they looked pretty good both on Cobble here and on the first half of Mirage. So, coming into this one with decent advantage, at least the momentum. Elige pushing this smoke, though, might gift a free frag over to CLG. Actually decides he's going to go up the stairs, but in the end, CLG picking up a double, courtesy of Hazed.
1 minute remains on the clock. Liquid with only 3 now alive. But CLG, they're the ones who need to make the plays. They need to find their way onto one of these bomb sites, but picking up all the players will also be a success for them. That leaves Hiko. And, well, he's got an M4, and I'm sure he'd like to hold on to it. He's sitting on the B site. Potential here, though, for Sub-Rosa just to come from behind and pick him up. He's going to push through CT. Fires through, picks up Hayes. He's on 6 HP and will go down here to Cutler. bomb also going to be successfully planted for CLG. So, the money starting to slowly build up here, Elfish Guy. The savings accounts of the CLG players are just starting to look just that little bit better. So you check your banking app and you go, oh yeah, it's not so bad. I've already paid for rent this week and I'm still sitting on 3,700.
Liquid forcing into this one though. Well, sort of.
Well, if you can, yeah, I guess you can call it that, but in the sense that they spent money, not in the fact that they're going to have really anything to use.
See what Hiko can do with that scout. Typically not the one that's going to take away a scout for Team Liquid, but I guess he's feeling it. Nitro and Elige have a bit of armor to work with as well, but CLG shouldn't have too many troubles running away with this round as well. And I'm not sure about, I'm not really a fan of this buy for Liquid. I mean, I guess I think Nitro and Elige had a little bit of extra cash there.
Okay.
So maybe that's the thought process behind it, but I would have liked to maybe just see a few pistols dropped by Nitro and Elige there.
Well, yeah.
I don't think Hiko buying himself down to 0 really makes sense.
No, and it's the sort of thing where you need to find those early weapons as well. You need to find something to put on Nitro, put on Elige there with their armor and make something of this. But at the moment, they're just allowing the guys to walk into the side, but Pimp finds a frag, gets traded out by Ethan, and very quickly they get ripped to shreds here by CLG. Only Elige remains. The bomb's going to go down. And he's nowhere to do anything about it. He probably doesn't even want to have anything to do with the action.
No.
So keep that armor, keep that 5-7. Make your way into next round. Perhaps he just wanted to find an AK, but it's going to cost him. And now 10-9 the score. CLG are bringing it back here, Elfish Guy. Liquid, they bought into that round.
Yeah, they probably could have got a full buy in this round.
So I'm not...
But Elige and Hiko have got no money. I mean, Pimp's a little bit low as well, but... yeah. Oh well. See how this one turns out for Liquid. They've got another very poor buy on the Eco. And this should be 10-10 back after this one. So CLG doing a bit of a better job on their own map pick than they did on Liquid's map pick, of course.
Yeah, well, it certainly seems to have worked for them. They didn't necessarily have that great first half. They kept the scores relatively even, 8-7. But at the end of the day, that's not a great CT score at all for CLG. However, 10-9 looking less poor, I suppose, as they get just that little bit closer. So Rosa pushes out from Palace, finds one, finds two. The Mac-10 at a bit of range even up against these unarmored targets, doing the job, finds the third, finds the fourth. And now Sub Rosa, someone given the opportunity here to find this last frag here onto Hiko. And, well, Ethan is definitely going to allow him that opportunity. It's like, look, buddy, I'm not going to try and take this one away from you. It's all yours. And he's going to try and chase Hiko down here as the bomb gets planted over towards the B site.
It's going the wrong way, though.
Well, he's got to be somewhere.
He does have to be somewhere, that's right. Hiko probably just going to try and get some exit frags here, just to take a gun maybe into the next round. The ideal scenario for Team Liquid here. He might actually just get it, depending on which way Sub Rosa's looking when he comes into that little connector there. Sub Rosa's not quite looking in the correct direction. Hiko, can he get out of here alive with that AK? I think he probably can. Doesn't look like CLG too keen to chase him.
Well, he needs to get past Hiko, though.
Hey,
and, well... but, yeah, not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. 10-10. Scores are all even, Elfish guys. CLG have been having a pretty good run here on the T side.
Yep. So they're coming up against a buy now from Team Liquid for the first time in a little while. So things again going to be a little difficult into this round. It's a double AWP setup from Pimp and JDM, and you know, this is where we saw things start to turn around a little bit for CLG when they got that double AWP setup in their hands. Now it's in the hands of Team Liquid on that CT side.
Yeah, the vast majority of rounds that CLG won on the CT side were rounds where they had these two AWPs working hard. You can see that it's on Hiko and it's it's on Pimp and it's on JDM. One of those we up over on Apartments, and the other one over towards Ticket. So split across the map. Potential to find some frags here at long range up against the 5 AKs of CLG.
What are you doing,
and Hazed, mate, again, if only there was that thing up in the corner so you knew where your teammates were.
Yeah.
I sent Gabe an email about it last week. Still nothing to change the defuse time. Still nothing to show you where your teammates are on the map. Well.
Oh well.
Oh well.
CLG for the moment have been tagged up just a little bit, so Liquid with a small advantage into this one though. To be honest, it's not going to affect CLG all that much if they can hit their shots on the entry. At the moment, just deciding where they want to go, but for now, trying to get control of short, which they do now have.
Oh! Hazed, please.
1 HP. The dream.
1 HP indeed.
And the frag as well.
Well, at the end of the day, it's just the number, Elfish guy.
Yeah, it is.
You hit your shots,
It's
it
a
doesn't
resource.
matter.
It's a resource.
It's a resource, and he's used that resource to full right now, and sitting right on the edge of the line.
3 versus 4 on the retake here for CLG. A pretty important round for them. They don't want to drop anything here to Liquid, but it does seem like they're probably going to be doing that as Elige and JDM find a couple on the entry. It's down to Ethan now in a good spot to hold off this bomb defuse, but
yeah, no.
Nitro coming up too strong with that one. 11 on the board now, going to be coming out for Team Liquid, and finally they pick up another round here on this second half. Really starting to put CLG under a bit of pressure now. I think CLG should be able to buy into this one though.
You'd like to think so. Look at this money.
Yeah.
Cutler, 1,200. Kusta sitting on 10K.
They'll probably even get another buy after
12,000,
this.
sorry, for Cutler even, not 1,200. Yeah, well, that's it. Look, they're looking pretty good here, and they would surely be able to force into the next round with whatever they had, considering Kusta's already sitting on a bit of cash. But they're going to have to work out what to do up against these double AWPs, which, again, have the potential to really make them pay. And at the moment, they're looking at A main, but A main is kind of locked off here. You can see JDM and Nitro both pushing all the way up. Well, maybe Elige in mid can find a frag onto Hazed as well.
For the moment, Counterlogic Gaming playing very far back in that T spawn. They have a couple of guys pushing a little bit, one into mid, which is Hazed. But for now, they don't have that much map control. I mean, you could say they kind of have control of mid, but they don't really know that it's not being contested here by Liquid. So they're still just trying to work their way in that direction. The bomb heading over towards the B site for now, although potentially maybe coming through the underpass and sort of rotating back over to A. But remains to be seen what CLG is going to do with this buy. The answer is died to Elige.
Yeah,
so
well,
get the
that's
trade.
it. The trade's not so bad. It's now 4-on-4. Still 2 AWPs up for Liquid, but it's going to be a B-site push. Hiko up the back of Van. Pimp, he's dropping back to the safety here of Market, but he's going to need to find some frags, or is he just going to let them push on forward? That might be the play. Hiko does grab one, but they go down one after the other, and now CLG straight onto this site. They have a player advantage. The bomb is going down. We see that Hazed, he's pushed up towards the window here, looking into Market, or the potential to look into the Market, I suppose, when the smoke dissipates. But JDM, he's going to be the key here. And look at that, straight onto Cutler, takes out the AWP, and now we're even 2 apiece. I say that, and 2 very quick kills coming out for CLG. Hazed and Kusta both finding the frags they needed to, and we're all even here, Alfish Guy.
Yeah, not so good there for Team Liquid. Now they've been reset. They'll have to eco out this one. Hiko's got really no cash to play with. The others can maybe buy a P250 or 5.7, something like that. It does appear to be the case that they're going to do that. Deagle comes out for Elige, but really not all that much to speak about here for Team Liquid. Certainly not going to be writing a lot of home to mum about the buy that they've just been able to put together.
Do you write letters to your mum?
No.
She sends you care packages. That's nice.
Yeah, some gingerbread. Thanks, mum.
What a good mum. She should send me some gingerbread.
No, she doesn't like you.
How can your mum not like me? I'm so nice to you.
No, you're not. There's a reason the people on Reddit think we hate each other.
It's because they're silly.
It's because we do.
Wow. It's not true. Don't spread lies, Elfish Guy. Don't spread lies. Someone might believe you. This eco coming out for Liquid. So far, a 4-stack over on the B site, and CLG have not pushed out. They've got so much utility to work with, however, the bomb's safely holding back, but I don't know if you want to throw 2 players into a 4-stack of 5.7s.
No, not ideally. I mean, you can always come out of that alive, but definitely, you know, you want to be putting yourselves in the best positions to pick up rounds without losing kills, and running into 4 players from Team Liquid is not exactly that. So if they choose correctly onto that A-bomb site, if they get the information that the A-bomb site is relatively undefended, they'll of course go in that direction. Though it does seem like CLG are again making their way towards the B bomb site, so Liquid potentially have gambled quite well here in sacking those 4 players over there. There was potential maybe there for Nitro to get a kill onto that player in Palace, although now the execute coming out onto that B bomb site, or the push at least coming out for CLG. What is this? He's trying to get the knife. Hiko, that might not have been the correct decision. In the end, it doesn't work out for him.
Sometimes you just have to sit back and shake your head, Elfish Guy. That's what you've got to do. But a pretty good anti-eco coming out for CLG. And now, Elfish Guy, they are in the lead. It's 12-11. They need to pick up 4 more rounds here as the T side. Team Liquid, they're the CTs. Surely they have the advantage. It's a CT-sided map. But, well, I don't know. This buy, pretty subpar. And 2 AWPs coming out here for CLG as the terrorists. What can they do with these? Potentially wreak some havoc.
CLG really starting to storm away with this second half now. Cutler hitting his shot there onto Elysian. Things starting to heat up a little bit now that CLG are getting a bit stronger now. And that double AWP setup, it worked very well for CLG on the CT side. Probably looking like it's going to work quite well for them on the T side again. And Team Liquid, something definitely has to turn around for them, because if they lose this one, 13 on the board for CLG, Liquid's economy is still not that great at the moment. And potential here for CLG to actually pick up the map.
Yeah, well, they're going to head towards this A site with the bomb. The only AWPer here on Team Liquid, that's where he is watching. So, potential for a bit of damage to come across the board. They're now going to transition one of their own AWPs across to the A site as well to try and peek out through A main, perhaps. And one of the key players in this one will be Sub Rosa as well, just lurking down there at the bottom of Connector. Maybe he can get rid of Pimp and push forward and cover this one off. We'll see what they can do. Kusta, on the other hand, he's managed to hold 2 players over there towards B. Looks like we're going to execute on towards this A site. And as we said, Sub Rosa finds Pimp straight away, so they should be able to push on. But yep, that bomb rotating back around, which I don't know. The A site was almost ready to go.
Yeah, JDM's going to find one onto Ethan, but still no rotate comes across from Liquid, so they've read the situation relatively well. Hiko has to come up big here with the FAMAS and finds the first, drops the bomb. It's in a good position, though, for CLG. Kusta and Sub Rosa finding one apiece, and there's another one for Kusta with the AWP. It's a good round again coming out for CLG. They take 3 gun through. The double AWP stays in their hands. They've got plenty of cash, and Liquid have none.
I'm just going to grab these notes that you wrote, and where does this say? Liquid versus CLG. And like 2 best maps. 2 best maps? Where does it say this?
Strong maps.
Yeah, okay. Cobble and Mirage. So I'll give Cobble a tick. But Mirage, I don't know. I might going to grow a line. I'm going to throw this up onto CLG side, Elfish Guy, because they've had a pretty good game here. If they'd actually had a consistent CT side,
yeah,
they'd be in a very good position right now. Instead, they're having to do all the work here as the Ts.
They definitely are. I mean, they're doing it quite well. They force Liquid onto the eco here. It'll be 14 after this one. A pause coming out as well, presumably from Liquid. So a lot to chat about for the CT side here. What they're going to do in the next round and how they're going to turn things back in their favor. But for the moment, it just seems like they're losing those aim duels early on. And as a result, you know, when the executes come out onto the bomb sites, or when, not necessarily just the executes, when CLG just walk out onto the bomb sites, they obviously have so many players that they can use that even if they lose a couple, they've got the advantage.
I want to see Liquid with 5/7's armor and just rushing mid right now.
I think that's going to be highly unlikely.
Yeah, it's probably a terrible idea, but that's what I want to see. But they're obviously having a discussion about something here coming in. What can I only assume is a Team Liquid tactical pause, and it was the first time they've really had need to have such a pause so far in these 2 maps here up against CLG. You must be discussing something, right? Like, what do we do on this round? How do we play it? Do they rush mid anyway with no buy? Do they just get a couple of flashbangs and push through? What's the play?
I mean, they have to just go for some pistols here. Like, they can't force into it. That'd be silly.
It would be silly. I'm not here to judge though what people want to do, Elfish Guy. Well, I kind of am, but
you are.
on
It's your
this
job.
situation, I'm happy for Liquid to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah. I'm surprised they would actually pause here before the eco round. Like, they could have just used the eco as a bit of time to chat, just sit around and have a talk. I mean, obviously CLG could play quickly into either of those sites, but then just pause after the next round.
Well, maybe. Let's take a look at some of these scores, I suppose, while we have the time. Kusta at the moment sitting on 21 frags. Not too bad. No one having a great game, though, to be fair. No one's picked up...
I think 21-13 is pretty good.
21-13 is definitely a good score. No one going absolutely nuts, though.
And 18-12 for Cutler's quite decent as well. I mean, both those guys have been taking the AWPs for the majority of this map and have been doing good work with them.
Well, the AWPs really have what put CLG in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And they didn't get it going there on Cobblestone, but here on Mirage, they've definitely done that. And Liquid, their AWPs were looking very good on Cobblestone, but this time here on Mirage, looking a little bit lackluster. I don't think they've really been able to afford the double AWP as much as they would have liked.
Yeah, well, that's it.
JDM's been taking away the single AWP the majority of the time here, but Pimp, I would have liked to have seen him get the AWP a little bit more in his hands, considering how well he performed there on Cobblestone with it. But it's just, the money's just not been there for Team Liquid.
They must be really considering some sick strats here, Alpha Sky, because this pause is going on for quite a bit of time here for Team Liquid. There you go. Freeze time has now been cancelled. So, what will Liquid be doing? Buying P250s by the looks of it. Let's see how they want to play it. I don't know whether the stack, like the spreading out of plays is necessarily the right play here. It looks like they're, again, going to try and stack this B site with 4, send one to A just to lurk and gather information. And the B site is where they want to be. How quickly are CLG going to push out here? Well, they're not. They're going to go through unders, and great read coming out from CLG. That's exactly what they want to be doing. The A site entirely open. How much information can Sub Rosa gather up here in apartments?
Yeah, potential for a little bit, but it comes down to whether or not Liquid can, make something happen here. They need to be the ones to try and force something. If they just sit in their bomb sites, it's highly unlikely that they're even going to pick a win, and it will only come down to an unlucky roll there from CLG if they go towards that B bomb site. So I feel like Liquid has to make something happen.
Rolling
here.
a 1, right, on the D20? Do you play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I didn't.
You look like the type of guy who
I'm not a
played
nerd.
This is catchphrase. Elfish Guy's catchphrase on his Twitter should be, "I'm not a nerd." Entirely incorrect.
Maybe I'll put that on there.
Yeah, right. Everyone will believe you. Cutler, he wants to find the player that he assumes is sitting down around Van. He knows there must be someone there. There is. It's JDM. But JDM going to wait until the last minute to peek out. And he will find the first frag for his team there. But so quickly, everyone else will fall down. And after all of that time, after the pause, after their wait, after the 4-player stack over on B site for Liquid, CLG are now 14-11 up. 2 more to go, Elfish Guy. They're in a winning position. They can do it.
I guess we'll see whether the fruits of that pause are going to be growing here, because this is the round, really, where we're going to see that. Obviously, the Eco last round, highly unlikely they had any strats coming out for that one, apart from just stack B. But this is where we need to see Team Liquid really, make use of that pause well.
Well, they're pushing aggressively up onto short. They're pushing aggressively into A main. Nitro, he's going to throw out a flash, but he can't find his way through the smoke. And look at this. 3 players pushing through from unders. 1 player with the bomb coming through the middle. The middle to mid, I guess so. What can JDM do with this AWP? Is he going to get forced back? He does. He drops into the B site. We see a rotation from Pimp. He wants to jump into mid, perhaps, and do something from jungle. But we can see players getting boosted up into jungle as well, perhaps towards ladder room. Let's see what these guys can do. Looks like CLG is getting the positioning that they want, but what can Pimp do? He spots out 2. Going to throw out a nade, but I don't think it's really going to do too much. Elige now, he needs to find these frags. What can he do with the M4? They don't check him. He's going to be flashed just that little bit too late. Ethan will find that frag, trades him out, throws the smoke over towards Ticket. Kusta takes down JDM, and now CLG, they have an advantage. Nitro drags one back. It's a 3-on-3.
Cutler would have really liked to hit that shot, but he's going to get the one through the box onto Nitro. A trade back, though, from Pimp. 2 versus 2. 35 seconds left on the clock here. Hiko and Pimp desperately trying to hold on to this A-bomb side, and Hiko gets tagged down through the boxes ever so slowly. He's dropping HP down to 32 now, and Sub Rosa trying to spam through the smoke, but Hiko pops out and gets one. Traded out there by Cutler. 21 seconds left on the clock, but Pimp is holding the angle, and now 12 on the board for Liquid. They hang on.
They certainly do, and dropping that bomb carrying obviously a key part of the round. They couldn't rotate back towards B through the safety of A main, through the safety of T spawn there. And instead were forced to find it out on the A site. Liquid brings it back now to the difference. CLG still with money to buy, money to spend on this round. Team Liquid, on the other hand, they have a pretty average buy, 2 Mag 7s to work with, and as much as I want to see them be successful with these shotguns, it's a big ask.
It definitely is a big ask here for Liquid, but Nitro, he's holding a very close angle with that Mag 7, so potential for something to come out here. Ethan, though, is going to take out his teammate in Elige, and now it just comes down to Nitro. He has to come up with something magnificent with this Mag 7. He gets the headshot on Kusta, but he's going to be traded out straight away, so probably not enough done there by the Mag 7, if you ask me. And now 3 versus 4 for Canalogic Gaming to make their way into that A-bomb site. Yeah, and Hiko in a poor spot to do anything with his shotgun as well, and they're all the way onto this site. The smokes surely will start dissipating. I think Hayes actually took damage from behind there, so that's less than ideal for him. But now the bomb plant is down. They've got a 4-on-3 advantage in terms of players. Liquid needs to decide, do we hold our weapons and try and take this to overtime, or do we try and throw everything at this? They had such a poor buy into this round. I can't imagine that next round is going to be any better, to be honest. And, well, Pimp finds one. If he finds another one here onto Ethan, that would certainly help the situation. That's not going to be the case. Now, Hiko, the last one left alive, and CLG wins the round, potentially sealing the fate here of Team Liquid, who coming into this round, look at this. Yep. Their economy is shattered. They have nothing to work with, and they'll be forcing into what is most likely the last round of this game. It's going to be an altogether terrible buy here for Liquid. And CLG have just looked so good on this T side so far. Don't expect them to see them really dropping at the last hurdle here, I'd say. But CLG just going to be spreading out for the moment, holding default. They know that Liquid's going to be on a not great buy, so they know that Liquid's going to try and force something here, maybe by pushing. And Liquid is doing just that into Palace. Not going to get anything out of it though. No, not as of yet. And well, CLG just trying to play this nice and slow. They don't want to get caught out by anything silly like Pimp jump scouting Sabrosa there. But that's going to be that end result. So they will at least get the player advantage. They have weapons. They have armor. To be fair, it's only pistols, but we know what pistols are like in CSGO. They can definitely turn things around. And, well, it's exactly what Liquid will need to be doing. They've got nothing to lose here other than the game itself, Elfish Guy, which is already almost out of their grasp. So they need to win this round. They need to win the next round. They would need to win the one after that. If they get this one, to be fair, they might be in an okay spot depending on how many remain, how many weapons they pick up. Yeah. But, well, CLG leaving it to the last minute once again to try and find their way onto this site. And Nitro will be spotting out Hayes. He does a bit of damage. And actually this flash is a pretty good flash, to be perfectly honest. But surely Hayes will be able to find the frag. He does. Now they're going to try and rush out onto the A site and make something of it. 28 on the clock. They're in a 4v3. Yeah, CLG making their way out onto that A-bomb site. Kusa gets one, Ethan gets one, but there is a trade out from JDM. It's a 2 versus 3. Still not an easy situation for Liquid. Their guns definitely less than ideal. Hiko, is he going to be able to collect that AK? Yes, he is. And now a 2 versus 2, though the bomb has been planted. Timer working in the favor of CLG here, and it's down to Hiko and Pimp. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, Pimp doesn't have armor, only with a scout, but he does make good use of it. Nate, or Ethan even, always gets me, down to 2 HP, and he does manage to pick up Hiko there, so making good use of that remaining HP. The jumping headshot with the AK to close it out. Well, that's just the story there, isn't it? CLG, close it out. It is, exactly. Very well played from CLG. They were down by 1 after the first half. 8-7 was the score. Liquid in the lead. And, of course, CLG changing over to the T side, the side that should be more difficult. Yep. But in the end, they brought it back. They won many rounds in a row. Yep. They took it to Liquid. Liquid really didn't seem to have it there. For whatever reason, they really struggled as the CTs here on Mirage. I mean, obviously, their economy wasn't great for the majority of that time, but certainly the rounds that they were able to buy into didn't really go the way that they needed to either. So for something there for Liquid, just was missing. And coming off yesterday's performance against NRG, today against CLG, they'll be feeling like they've had a pretty bad week. Yeah, absolutely. Well, CLG able to make the most of that double AWP setup heading into Mirage, and they'll pick up their map of choice here. The score will be 16-12 on Mirage. They lost it on Cobble 16-5. Pretty much a blowout there for Team Liquid. A pretty good game for them. Yep. So it's going to be 1 apiece. Ladies and gents, we're going to take a break, and when we bring it back, it's going to be Selfless up against compLexity for our last 2 maps of the day.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming under the zone. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, I love that.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division. Elfish Guy, 1-1. That wasn't too bad from Liquid and CLG. CLG definitely brought it to Team Liquid, and I hope that this next matchup will be equally good.
I think it'll be close again. Both these teams, to me, feel pretty evenly matched. The maps, Keish and Train, both seem to be maps that they do seem to play a little bit. So
Yeah.
I think if I had to say, I think both those maps maybe just slightly favoring complexity a little bit, but I think it should be still relatively close here.
Well, Selfless sitting at 8th spot on the ladder, complexity sitting at 11th. How do you balance that out? Is there reasoning for this?
No, not really. I mean, it's just where they found themselves.
Are you
to be
gonna,
honest. Like,
they found themselves. Yeah, okay. They
like-
just open. They're like, oh, I got
Well,
off the train
you
at
asked
the
me-
wrong stop once again.
why
And
is complexity at
why-
11th? Well, because they've lost more games than Selfless have.
You say that complexity have like, oh, this should favour complexity in this regard.
Well, the maps, I think, is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Selfless have won one more
reset.
game than
We'll reset.
complexity, and that's why
Reset.
they're up in number 8, and
See-
complexity is in 11.
So you're not saying
There you go.
Selfless got off the train at the wrong stop and now they're in 8th spot. Just like, oh, I found myself here. What are we doing? No.
I don't know where we're even going with this.
All right. So, what is your prediction on who's going to win what map? Let's start with that.
It's hard to say. I think, like, because I feel they're both so close together, my overall prediction was a 1-1.
Yeah.
But to me, like I said, I feel like both those maps may be slightly favouring complexity here. So it's just going to come down to, I think, who turns up on the day here. Again, it is hard to say. I'm just going to go, first map, I'm going to say complexity.
Mm-hmm.
And judging by the results from that, maybe we'll revise our prediction for the second one.
All right. I'll give you an opportunity to revise between Game 1 and Game 2, Elfish Guy. But definitely potential here for this to be a close affair for sure.
Yep.
And I'd love to see a couple of maps just like we saw on Mirage, which really we weren't expecting necessarily for CLG to bring back just as well as they did.
No, didn't think they would be able to bring it back. After the first map that we saw come out there, it just felt like Liquid was going to roll over them there on Mirage, but wasn't the case. And again, this one, if it turns out like a strong start like that for either of these teams, then they definitely have the potential to roll over the second map as well. So I guess we just have to wait until we get underway, really, to see how this one's going to turn out.
Yeah, absolutely. The start going to be important as well on Keish. It can be a little bit difficult once your opponent gets the ball rolling. And I'm going to say Keish is how we say it over here. I don't care. Keish. Yep. It's just
like
gonna sit with it.
HP.
Yeah, just like HP. Just like, I don't know, other things, other words.
Yeah.
But Keish is the real way to say it if you live in Australia. I'm sorry. I know it's North American Pro League, but I don't know if I say cash, I just don't think I'm going to be able to make it happen.
Yeah, no. I've tried. I've
Yeah?
tried, but I just can't.
Yeah.
You get used to saying Keish, and it's just how it is.
You do? Yeah. Well, we'll see. You'll just have to grin and bear it, I suppose, ladies and gents. But we will get there. Looking at that win-loss record complexity, 4-10. It's not a great score, to be honest. Not a great track record.
No, but there's obviously opportunities now for them to come back in here and bring it back, because this is a close matchup. Both these teams, sitting towards the lower end of the scoreboard, and they'll be both feeling like it is a good opportunity to get some wins on the board. So I think both teams coming into this one looking to really improve their position on the standings.
Complexity losing quite a few in a row, to be honest, over recent weeks as well. So
yeah,
it's a difficult position to be in, especially when they would have picked up their 4 wins a little bit earlier on in the season. It can be a bit daunting getting that sort of, you're not getting a roll on, you really just, you're tripping over failure after failure in some of these games. And some of their opponents have been difficult, but, they played a lot of matches. They played 14 overall.
I mean, they've been able to take maps off Immortals, Echo Fox, Renegade. So these are all teams which I think you'd probably rank a little bit above Selfless. So, of course, there's opportunities for them to be able to pick this up against Selfless. As Selfless have played against Splice, they actually won that one 2-0. So, that's where a few of their points are coming from, which was, I guess, a lesser team. They also were able to get wins against E United. I guess that's maybe not in the same caliber of those teams that we spoke about for complexity. But CLG and Winter Fox, another ones that maps have come across from for Selfless. So again, both these teams have got some wins against teams which are, sitting a little bit higher in the standings, and well, of course, some that are sitting lower in the standings as well. But it's so closely matched between the two teams, it's really hard to say.
It certainly is. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to jump into game. The pistol round about to go live here between Selfless Gaming and compLexity. Who is going to take it out? I like the line there for Selfless, but I feel like can he jump through the hoop of compLexity, right? It's like the burning, like you see in the circus back in the day, right? You jump the line through. I don't know. Don't really know where that's going, but that's what popped into my head.
The many ramblings of Sandman.
Well, look, unfortunately, it's the nature of the beast here. And let's see what compLexity can do. Starting off on the T side. At the moment, just sitting out toward boost. Looking into the middle of the site, or the middle of the map even. At the moment, no one. We haven't seen, to be fair, I can't remember the last time we saw Case here on the B stream. Not while we've been casting it.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. At the moment, compLexity making their way back towards that A bomb site. So they peeked around towards B. Didn't get much done there, and now opting to default back over to A. Nifty, he's only on 15 HP, but not really going to be playing a part in this one too much. He's holding very far back towards Truck. The rest of his team's going to have to come up big, and they don't. Uber and Ape finding one apiece. That smoke keeping Nifty at bay. compLexity should be putting themselves in a pretty good position here. That's a very good bomb plant for them here for A main, and I guess Squeaky Door as well. But a good post plant set up here for compLexity now.
Let's see what Selfless can do. They've got 3 players alive, and well, Breezy manages to find 2. Android takes him out, but Mitch now trying to do some damage. Mitch and Nifty, the last 2 left alive. The defuse trying to go down, but it's not going to happen. Uber and Android both finding a frag apiece there and picking up the first pistol round of this matchup. It's going to head over to compLexity. And well, Selfless they never really put themselves in the position there to take it back. And, Breezy gave them a chance finding 2 frags, but other than that, it was all downhill.
Yep, so compLexity making their way back towards that A-bomb site. Selfless have decided to force into this one, so they don't want to let compLexity really get too much on the board to start off with. Although, the buy, from Selfless here, it's not great. There's not many utilities to utilize here, so just going to be relying on the aim and hoping that those Deagles maybe can get some opening frags.
Whilst compLexity's buy is really perfect heading up to a force buy.
Yeah.
They've got AKs and UMPs, and both of which will work against armor. So it's not like we're rushing out with 5 MAC-10s and hoping for the best. As much as I love to see it, it probably wouldn't work this time, but they're going to push out. They find 1, but fortunately, Uber trades them both back there. Going to give the player advantage over to compLexity. The bomb rotating back towards the B site. They now have spotted out a couple of players perhaps on the A side, and it will leave Mitch over here by himself. The back of B, just hoping for the best. Let's see if they can rotate out quickly. What can Mitch do with a Deagle?
Oh, it looked like that shot was going to hit, but didn't manage to connect it. In the end, he hit a couple onto Android X, but not enough damage to actually take him down. And unfortunately for Selfless, they dropped actually the UMP, not one of those AKs there into A main for compLexity. So a little disappointing for them, but Breezy has got himself a UMP, and maybe he can save this through to the next round, do something with it. Nifty's going to try and peek in towards that B site, try and get a couple of exit frags, put compLexity's economy under a little bit of pressure, but that's not going to work out too well. And now just Breezy floating around in mid. I don't think he's going to have too much of a good time trying to go for anything here, so just going to save that UMP.
Yeah, well, he's stuck in connector right now, and surely Uber pushes this and checks. We'll see who will get the better of who. Maybe Breezy can find this frag and grab an AK, but he's going to have to beat his opponent to the left. He won't do it, Def even finding that frag. Apologies. compLexity now 2-0 up. Selfless, they forced into round 2. That means round number 3 is going to be a no-go for them. We'll see whether they bring out something interesting like a mid-rush, a B stack, force into A main. Let's see what they're going to play. Gonna go, and they're going to stack over on the B side, Elfish Guy. Unfortunately, there's only one person over there right now for compLexity, and that is Android, and he spots them all out. So very quickly, this will see compLexity head on over with the bomb.
He gets wrecked. And there is going to be an AK going into the hands of Selfless, but the A-bomb site's completely free here for compLexity. And They've bought into those Mac 10s. They know that Selfless is going to be on the eco after losing that force buy here. But, I mean, it hasn't gone all that well for compLexity. They've had 2 members just playing on their own, getting picked off. No trades available for compLexity. I mean, at least they've got the bomb down. But 2 AKs now in the hands of Selfless. This is definitely not what compLexity would have wanted.
No, not at all. 3 on 3. They push their way onto the site. The bomb at least is down. These post plants should surely be good. But no one trades out one. He finds another. And now he's in a 1v1. He doesn't have armor. Surely Surreal with this Mac 10 can do the damage he needs. He has a flashbang to work with as well. And no kit on no one. I don't even think they bought one. So a round going to compLexity, but still a costly round considering they started with nothing Selfless and they brought them down to 1 player.
It's really going to hurt the buy here for compLexity into this round, having to rebuy all of those AKs. And it's a little bit strange there that compLexity would have both the AKs playing solo. Well, not both, there's 3 AKs, but 2 of those AKs playing solo when they had the Mac 10. Like, why would you not just have the Mac 10 holding the B line? Like, there's not really much point in having an AK there when you know that your opponents are going to be up with no armor. And really, the job of that guy in B main is to just get information.
Well, let's see how this B play comes out now for compLexity. Look at this, Breezy. He's pushed a player up towards vents, and the smoke going to come down there. I'm not sure if they're going to try and do some sort of mid-split to catch compLexity off guard. But all that's going to happen is find themselves caught out here as the B rush is live here for compLexity. Surreal in a good spot to find Caboose, and that's exactly what he'll do. Breezy finally sees the player through the smoke. It's now a 2-on-3. Nifty and no one not tagged up at all. They have all of their HP to work with. But the bomb is down once again for compLexity. I think that must be 4 in a row. They've got plants down, Elfish Guy. That's how you make the cash money.
It is indeed.
Well, winning this round would be great here for compLexity. Selfless really needs to get something on the board.
The utility use has been good here from compLexity, slowing things down a lot for Selfless. And no one's going to go down to Android X as well through that as he comes through that vent. Nifty's going to try and hold on to this AWP here, but does look like he's going to be chased down. The pop flash coming out for Surreal. It's a good pop flash as well, completely blinding Nifty, but looks like Surreal just a little scared to be peeking this corner. In the end, he should get this job done with the Glock.
Well, he's going to die from the bomb anyway, surely, if he's still alive. So in the end, it doesn't matter. Android X finds the frag. 4-0 the score. compLexity looking very, very good here on the T side of Cage. Selfless Gaming, on the other hand, what are they going to do? No one has bought himself some armor. Will the rest of the team be following?
They should.
Well,
it's weird to just see one guy buy up armor and put himself at a lower amount of cash like that, but there you go. A couple more playing for... It's sort of like a half buy, really. It's not even really a force here for Selfless. And, I mean, I guess they're not hoping for all that much here, but see what they can do with those pistols.
Uber
and Ape, though.
Yeah, Uber with the right weapon to do the damage here. The P90. Potential to rip these guys to shreds, and that's exactly what he will be doing until Breezy ends his tirade, and that Deagle at range will find Uber, but 2 players remain. The bomb plant successful once again here for compLexity. Both of them going to come up through truck, and maybe Breezy at range with this Deagle can do some damage, but that's the only way this is going to start off with any sort of hope here for the guys on Selfless. It looks like they're just going to try and work for some exit frags. But Def will take down Breezy. That leaves Mitch. And looks like he's going to head back towards maybe Z Connector here. But Def is ready and waiting. He'll be watching over the top. But that Deagle will do the damage. 2 shots required. But it doesn't matter. He takes him out. compLexity, though, are going to get their 5th round on the board. And Surreal, at the end of the round, will pick up Mitch. So... yeah, I was going to say before, perhaps Mitch and Nifty were saving for 2 AWPs. I don't know if that's actually going to be the case. Was that the reason that they went for the save? No, Mitch just going to buy full utility. So Nifty didn't buy armor last round, so he could buy an AWP.
Yep.
And Mitch, on the other hand, he's just going to be going for an M4. So finally, Selfless here with a real buy.
Yeah.
Something to speak about.
Although that was a much better anti-eco for compLexity. Their buy into this round as a result, a little bit better as well. But as you say, Selfless have got that AWP in the hands of Nifty, and to be honest, he was looking like one of the better players for Selfless, so we'll see what he can do now that he's got his favoured weapons, or weapon, in his hand. compLexity, though, they're looking pretty good so far throughout this first half of Cache, and Android X will start off onto Mitch, so again, not a great start into this one from compLexity. Def looks like he's lining up a smoke here, although for the moment, compLexity have just not opted to really do anything too aggressive. Maybe setting up for an A execute. I have to look and see what Uber's doing at the moment, but it certainly seems like they could do that.
1 minute remaining on the clock here. And well, the A side is looking like where compLexity want to push. They really have not been challenged at all so far this game. And we'll see if Selfless can perhaps turn this around. They've got 2 players on A, 1 over towards the B site, and 1 down here in checkers. Android's going to peek through and finds that frag very quickly. Nifty in a good spot to trade it back. There we go. But now it's a 3-on-4. compLexity still with the advantage. They're going to have to push A. They don't have time to go anywhere else. And look at the rotation coming through mid here as well. Will probably catch no one off guard. Follow Def out. Surely he does something. Look at this. Surreal pushes through, and now Nifty, the last one left alive for his team. And that AWP up against 3 players. It doesn't matter how tagged they are, Elfish Guy.
Nope. Definitely doesn't. Nifty looks like he still wants to challenge this one a little bit, so he's creeping forward ever so slowly, but Def's in a great spot to catch him out here behind that smoke as he just peeks around. Nifty's going to go down, and there's another one on the board for compLexity now. At the end of that, it's going to be 0-6 in the favor of the T side. Selfless, probably just a pistol armor buy into this one so that they can buy properly next round, but I mean, the situation just doesn't get better at all for them, does it?
No, it certainly doesn't. They really don't seem to know what to do with what compLexity is throwing at them. And to be fair, what compLexity is doing isn't particularly complex.
Yeah.
To go with their name, I suppose. You know, they're not bringing out some crazy executes. Look at this. Just a quick push there from Abe. Might be able to find one. Should get the second. Surely he does. The spray down eventually successful. But to follow that up, you know, all they've been doing is walking on finding the frags, really. And Selfless has been allowing them onto these sites. This pistol armor buy really not doing all that much at all. Breezy potentially could be successful here with the Deagle, but the bomb over to the B site, and well, Android X in a good spot to clean up Mitch as well. So should be 7 on the board here for compLexity. Selfless having pistol armored into this round, and of course with that full loser bonus heading in for however many rounds in a row they want to keep losing, I suppose. They'll consistently have that money.
But look, Mitch has got an AK here. If they can take down Def and get out of here with the AK alive, it could be huge. But it's not going to happen. Def picks up both of those frags, and now compLexity really putting themselves in a good spot. Look at the kills for Android X and Uber looking like the ones who are doing a bit of work. Def as well. So everyone from compLexity chiming in with some frags. It's good to see for them. 7 on the board. I mean, they couldn't have hoped for a better start than this.
No, absolutely not. And, well, they're really struggling, Selfless. They need to change it up, find something different. The only people changing up right now are compLexity as they head over to this B site with a full stack of 5 right now. And only Breezy on that site just to try and hold them back. We can see that Mitch is just behind the box there in checkers as well. Let's see how this plays out.
Quick push into the B side here from compLexity. Might not work out, though. Mitch gets traded, so not so bad for the T side here. No one has managed to get up onto heaven, and the bomb is dropped in an awful position now for compLexity. This is looking like a pretty good situation at the end of the day for Selfless. No one dropping off there. He's going to get the 2-man spray down. A very good effort from him in this round, picking up 3 kills so far. And, well, I think just that bomb dropping in an awkward position for compLexity has pretty much shut that round down.
Yeah, they did not spot the player early enough sitting under heaven, though. To be fair, you would have expected he could have picked up more than 1 frag, hiding, lurking in the smoke. They traded him, but it didn't matter. By the time they spun around, Breezy was able to do a bit, and well, look at that. No one actually found 3 frags in this round already. So this is what Selfless needs to do, but they need to do it for essentially another 7 rounds after this one, Elfish Guy.
Yeah, well, got to question how is that going to happen when compLexity have been looking so good. I mean, they sort of changed their strategy up a little bit there, going quickly into the B side. It didn't work out well for them that time, so I'd expect compLexity here are going to just default back to maybe a slower A push, which has been working out for them quite a lot. Obviously, a lot of money in the bank still here for the T side, so they're going to buy back into it. I mean, their economy's not looking as good as you might expect after a 7-0 advantage, but at least they're going to get a buy into this one. If they lose this, though, I mean, they might be forced back on the eco.
Yeah, well, there's a potential for that to happen. compLexity, I think just last round they were taking it. They didn't take that round seriously enough, but I don't mind the rush, but of course it didn't work out for them. So this time they're going to go back to a more default setup, trying to just take a look at overboost. But look how far Selfless has pushed into A main, into warehouse right there. So potential for them to gain control of this one and potentially catch compLexity off guard. We see one has moved down to Sunroom towards the B site. Android X peeks out, and it doesn't matter. The Caboose had that great positioning. He goes down. So you can't, if you do that, it just, you know what I mean? You get the good spot.
Yeah.
You need to find the frag.
Yeah, and again, the slow A push has worked out pretty well here for compLexity. Nifty in a good spot to find a couple, but only manages to get one shot off and before being traded out by Ape. It's now 4 versus 1. Mitch is down to 17 HP.
Wow.
Gets taken through the smoke by
You're
Def.
okay, mate. Yeah, that's cool.
18.
It's okay.
8 even on the board.
Just fire through it. It's cool. Just fire
Why are
through
you
the smoke.
mad? You're not even playing.
Just flying through the smoke. It's cool. It's cool. To be fair, it was a pretty good frag. Nice call out from his teammates there. And the score now 8-1. And as you said, Selfless now going to be forced back onto this eco. Breezy, the only one on his team with any sort of funds to work with. The rest of them really struggling for cash. On the other end of the spectrum, compLexity, they're sitting pretty. Most of their players, you know, yeah. Right, well, maybe some tech issues here for the guys in compLexity. So they just want to sort themselves out. Android, perhaps we can see there he hasn't spent anything other than to buy armor. At the end, he's going to buy.
Okay, he's
buy a Mac 10. Yeah,
he knows
well,
they're on an eco, I guess.
he does. This is how you make the dollars, Elfish guy. This is it. This is how you do it. Do the sick plays. Maybe they listen to you when they're like, why would you have the AK holding that line? Why would you not just set a Mac 10? And they've gone, oh well, the real Elfish guy said it.
Yeah.
So Android, it's over to you, mate. Head over to that B side and just hold.
We'll see what they do.
Yeah, I guess we will. Very, very shortly. But so far, compLexity has been playing this very, very well.
Definitely.
Just, I don't know, Selfless just doesn't seem to get it.
No, I mean, it is strange that they're not having a little bit more of a go at this one. I thought it would be a lot closer than this, to be honest. But compLexity have just come charging out of the gates with a fantastic scoreline so far. And even 8 here on the T half of Cache is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the compLexity guys get from here on out is just a bonus, really. Well.
There we go. Just getting their coach back in, I suppose.
Uh-huh.
Ready to go here.
Coach lag.
Yeah, BL. We should be underway very, very shortly. And, well, we hope that this would be close like we saw in Mirage. But so far, compLexity of being running away with the game. And, well, Selfless need to change something up. They need to, I don't know.
They need to be performing a little bit better on that A-bomb site. I mean, for compLexity, they've just been slow playing that A-bomb site, getting the picks when they've needed to. Like, compLexity are barely even really challenging mid. They've got one guy over towards B just to watch for the rotate, maybe. But apart from that, they've just been walking out through A main, through Squeaky, getting onto that site and taking control of things.
Well, freeze time will now be cancelled. We'll have to see what the play is going to be. I want to see what Android's going to do with this Mac 10.
Just run around, shoot people.
Well, yeah, that's normally what you do with it, I suppose. That is normally what you will do. It's going to be a few players heading over towards A. Again, going to stack in mid and try and boost someone up, potentially. Just have a look. A quick A main push this time is what's going to come out. But Selfless, they've stacked the correct site. What can they do with their pistols and essentially no armor?
Oh.
Ape, straight through the door, picks up Nifty.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
Everything seems to be coming up perfect for compLexity at the moment. You wouldn't usually expect to get a kill with a spray through the door like that, but this time Ape does manage to do that. Uber's able to find 1 and 2. Def in the meanwhile grabbed himself 1. He gets dropped down relatively low and it'll allow Breezy to pick up a kill for himself, but once again, another good round coming out there for compLexity. They only lose the Mac 10. Keep all those AKs alive. A buy going to come out again for Selfless. It's not going to be a good one, though.
No, certainly not. Look at this. 1 UMP, 1 FAMAS. No AWP at all. And limited utility to work with. It's the guys on compLexity who have been having a very, very good first half here as the Terrorists. Well, they've got a great buy coming out. They're going to push quickly over towards Squeaky. Wouldn't be surprised to see a boost coming out here between these two players, trying to get someone up on top of the boxes, which is not a bad boost at all, should they decide to push onto the A side. But, well, unfortunately right now for the guys on Selfless, the A site does not look to be the site of choice for compLexity. The bomb potentially ready to go through vents, and we'll have to wait and see. So far, no frags have gone down this room. It's probably the longest we've gone without a frag at the start of a round, because a lot of these have been very, very quick. Yeah, definitely.
And now compLexity once again trying to work mid this time. So changing things up a little bit after that pause that Selfless had called. For now, though, they do get quite easily into mid. No one really contesting it for Selfless. It is going to be Nifty charging out there, and it's actually Mitch to find the first frag of this one, and Nifty pushing through the smoke. He spots out Def, but doesn't manage to get the kill across, and really needed to find that in that situation. Back to 4v4.
The bomb still undecided, looking like it's going to head back towards the B site. 2 players on B, 2 on A for Selfless, so they have a 50-50 split of players. Mitch only on 14 HP though on the side. So it's going to be down to Breezy potentially to do a bit of the damage here. Android pushes up. And the flash not really going to do much now. Mitch on no HP. But he does find the frag. They now know he's there, and Caboose, he's going to jump up to heaven as well. The flash comes out. A great flash. Drops Uber, drops the bomb. And now Def, the last one left alive. Selfless in a position to win their second round of the first half. Def finds Mitch. Gets traded out straight away by Caboose.
There was no time for him to do anything there anyway, but just gets a little bit of extra economic damage over to Selfless, so not too bad for compLexity. To be honest, if I was compLexity here, I probably just wouldn't even be heading towards that B site. They've tried it twice, it hasn't worked twice. Every time they've gone to A, it's worked, so I reckon just keep hitting that A-bomb site.
Keep pushing it forward, and again, Selfless here, no AWP for them as the CTs. So I'm not sure if they're just not favouring it. They'd rather have the rifles. They just don't have the money to do it. We would have had to, I suppose, pay attention at the start of the round to see if that was the case. But to be fair, they haven't, winning 2 rounds out of the first 11. Your economy ain't going to be looking so great.
No. It's a pretty good Molotov. Forces Breezy out of position here, and see if Android can take advantage of that. But actually, Breezy crossing over to the vent now. He's going to be okay. compLexity, for now, doing that sort of slow play once again, which I like to see. It's worked out for them quite a lot throughout this first half here, and defaulting perhaps back to A, although looks like they're going to go for a bit of a boost into mid. No, they are going into A main, I think. So this is what I kind of wanted to see from compLexity. It's worked out so many times for them, and there's really only one guy actually on the side here for Selfless. If compLexity can get a smoke into...
Well, there's no one on the side, Elfish guy.
What?
Well, his name's no one.
Oh. Why do you do this to me?
Why do I do it? Well, the A site's where they're going to go, and no one gets found out very, very quickly there by Def. The bomb should go down with success. A molly coming out, but all it's going to do is block off the guys from Selfless from getting onto the site. Still one sitting on B. Very late to convince Mitch that he does need to rotate. Def finds Caboose, continues to fire through the smoke. Not going to happen. Nifty goes down, and Mitch, the player who was sitting on the B side, is now the last one alive for his team. And he is content to go back to where he started and try and hold onto that M4. So the score will be 2-10. compLexity having a great first half here as the T side. Selfless, I don't even know. They need to anything.
Stack 4 on A.
Anything will do.
Yeah, maybe it's sort of like a 3-1-1 split as opposed to like a 2-1-2. Just stack 3 over to the A-bomb site, have one in mid, maybe by white box, and have the other guy on B.
Mitch actually managed to find 3 frags there before he got taken down.
Yeah, but like, what does it matter?
Yeah, doesn't matter hugely. Only Android X struggling for money right now on compLexity, but you say that and he still has a full buy. Surreal sitting on only 4 frags as well, so just not getting as much perhaps opportunity as the rest of his team. I think We've seen him go a number of times over towards that B side to try and hold while the rest of his team has gone to A, and he hasn't even had any fun. So going to swap it up and send Uber over to B this time, over towards Sunroom. The bomb, once more. You talked about stacking A. It's not a bad idea, and there's 2 of them there. Oh, sorry, 3 of them there even to start with here for Selfless. And, well, no one will find. Surreal finds 2. And
Boost should get this one as well. So, all of a sudden, not a bad round coming out here for Selfless, especially if they can perhaps take control of a couple of those weapons that were dropped in A main. Caboose is just peeking around through Squeaky, trying to get some information here. They don't know that those remaining 2 players from compLexity are headed towards the B site, but there are 2 players from Selfless to match them. We'll see what these guys can do. If they get both these entries safely onto the B site, it's still a clutchable round for compLexity. There goes one. Def picks that up. Mitch in a close angle. Isn't going to be able to get the job done with the P250. And now the retake must come out for Selfless with both those AKs. I mean, I guess they can save them through to the next round, but at this point, you just need to be getting rounds on the board.
Well, you need to win. So as much as those AKs are useful, those AKs and a round win here are even better.
Yeah.
I think that's what they've got to do, but we say that they don't make anything of it at all. Obviously, that lack of utility really a difficult situation to deal with. And now, 11 on the board for compLexity.
Selfless
2 to go.
can't even really afford a good buy into this one. They're going to force, but it's going to be, 3 from us and a couple of UMPs. That's not what you want.
Certainly isn't. It's not often you find yourself speechless there, Elfish Guy, but that's kind of... There's not much to say about what Selfless is doing. It's just been... just hasn't been working at all.
Yep.
The 3-stack, how often have we seen them play mid? Like, not at all.
This boost actually might not be a bad decision if they can jump over there and catch both those players in A main, or even just one, get a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, well, that's what the bomb is as well.
Considering the buy that compLexity have here, if they get a 1-for-1, I don't think it's going to be too bad. See what Boost can do from quad. compLexity, I don't know what they're doing here. It looks like maybe just sending a couple into the B site to fake it out. Although they should get taken out by those players in the vent. Nope.
Should, won't. Unfortunately. And, well, if they actually had made something of that boost, I think it probably would have worked out better for them. But I suppose they were not to know precisely where that bomb was right now. And it's what they lost players over towards B. And that leaves a Mitch again by himself. Caboose coming back around as well. So he should be there in time. But Mitch just burns to get the 1G coming out there. Now, 2 left alive, make that 1. It's all up to Breezy, and it's not going to be easy peasy today, Elfish Guy. He finds 1. Also can try and grab that AWP, but Android X coming through from behind. Finds the frag, and a 13-2 looking like a very likely score here for compLexity. A very, very good score.
Yep. It's an absolutely fantastic score on the T side of Cache. This is one of the maps which we would expect to be a bit more even, sort of 8-7, that kind of scoreline to come out. But for compLexity to come out here and just absolutely smash Selfless on their T side, it's fantastic to see. Well, for compLexity at least, not so much for Selfless.
Well, that's it. If you're a compLexity fan, you're like, wow, maybe the boys are coming back here in the ESL Pro League. If you're a Selfless fan, you're like, well,
rip.
This is less than ideal, 100%. So maybe on train it's going to be a different story, Elfish Guy. We'll just have to wait and see how that one plays out. But for now, it's looking like a very, very quick game number 1 between these 2 teams here on Cache.
Well, who knows what can happen on the second half. We've seen Stranger Things.
I have seen it. Have you watched it?
I have, actually.
It was good. If you like Stranger Things, you should go and watch Twin Peaks. That's all I'm going to say.
Def with 3K coming out from mid. Really making life difficult here for Selfless. Now a 2 versus 5 and almost an unwinnable situation. Uber's going to find one onto Mitch as he tries to rotate back across to that A-bomb site. But Caboose, with only 19 HP to work with, there's basically nothing that he can do with this one.
No, not at all. Down to 19 HP and should find himself dying very, very quickly here as the guys from compLexity surround him. 13-2. The first half score between compLexity and Selfless Gaming. compLexity destroying the guys over at Selfless. Can they follow it up with a pistol round and 2 quick wins? We'll have to find out. We'll be back right after this.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal, is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the zone. FNX has to stand up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke for this overstill. Oh, I love that.
Welcome back to our second half here. compLexity up against Selfless, and the potential here, Elfish Guy, for this to be over very, very quickly. compLexity, they grab the pistol round here as the CT side. That could be it. Let's see what Selfless can do. Maybe they're better as the Ts. I don't know. I certainly hope so.
Well, it's hard to say. I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they are.
I don't think they're going to be any worse on the T side than they were on the CT side.
Well, yeah. That's fair.
Even if they lose the first 3 rounds, you can't even tell.
Well, Selfless are going to be hoping that's not the case.
I hope it's not the case.
A couple of players here for Selfless just buying up on the utilities, so some smokes. Maybe going to go for something in towards mid here, or the A site, if they can smoke off a couple of those key, areas of the A bomb site. They might be able to get in close with those Glocks, but something has to come out for Selfless, and there goes one smoke into the mid connector, the Z connector. Surreal, though, is causing a bit of trouble here for Selfless as they try to make their way in, but he's taken down by Caboose. Nice couple of shots with that Glock.
Yeah, well, the B site's the site to go to here. Only Android sitting up the back at the moment, and they will find him out there. The bomb should go down. The rotation coming out quickly here from compLexity. 3 of them alive. Ape goes down, Uber and Def. He with a ton of work to do. They're going to try and make something of this, but no one in a good spot. Breezy finds the last frag. 13-3 Selfless. They needed the pistol round. They pick it up. Maybe they do know how to play the T side, Elfish Guy.
Well, you say that, but we have yet to actually see them really play the T side. Like, the pistol round, you can't take that much from it. Pistols can be 50-50 at times, and well, we'll see what compLexity can come back into with their first buy. This is, of course, just going to be sort of an eco, a bit of a half buy, get some pistols, see if they can find something in this one, but they won't be expecting much. I'm kind of surprised to see compLexity actually not forcing into this one, considering the amount of rounds that they have to play with. But obviously just wanted to go play the sort of the safe game, and here for Selfless, they've got control of mid already.
Yeah, well, it's certainly the smart play here just to save their money and buy in when required, when they've got the cash to work with. compLexity trying to, I suppose, play some reactive CS. So they're going to try and push out here as they saw once they saw the players out in mid. And they actually don't really manage to do much at all, to be perfectly honest. So Def will find a 1 frag. He will finally get taken down, and this should be it for the guys of compLexity. Selfless, at least it's a quick round, okay? They don't really give the guys of Selfless too much time to warm up there as the Ts.
Both those AKs taken through to the next round, though, from the T side. So, yeah, pretty happy about this. compLexity going to be back on the eco once again. This time it's not going to be quite as good of a buy as what they had last time, but still a couple of flashbangs, so maybe we'll see something similar here for compLexity. A bit of a stack in towards mid, but no, they've decided they want to go and fall back to their normal positions.
I just want to point out what a great game Def is having. He's got 26 frags from 17 rounds.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's such an insanely good score, and it's at the point where like he would almost be guaranteed to get a 30 bomb here if the game actually goes long enough. That's the real situation, the potential for him just not to have the opportunity to get these frags.
Well, I mean, he could just do it anyway, even if compLexity closes out something like 16-5. Who knows? we'll find out, I guess.
I guess we will.
For now, Selfless are just trying to work the B side a little bit, not really committing to it, but trying to draw a few of those rotates across, and they have successfully done that. There's 4 CTs in that area, but now compLexity kind of cottoning on to the fact that maybe it's not going to be a B take here for Selfless. They've rotated back out towards mid, but, well, as a result, Selfless have decided they want to go in towards the B side. So compLexity reading the situation, yeah, perhaps a little bit incorrectly. Caboose not even bothered by all those US people that's flying around his head.
No, Smoke's going to come down and try and block off Vent. Breezy finds a frag, and well, now 4 players left alive here for compLexity. The bomb going to go down. Uber getting tagged through the wall as well. They shouldn't be able to retake this at all. It should be a 13-5 heading over to Selfless.
I don't think compLexity even really want to retake this. They're just trying to get some exit frags or keep Selfless on that bomb so that they can't get out and they die, lose a couple of weapons, something like that.
It's a smart play.
So eventually, Selfless are going to have to bust out of here, and well, Caboose does it very nicely.
Work.
3K with the Mac-10. Bit of extra cash for him.
Yeah. Bit of extra cash on cash, Elfish Guy.
No, cash, mate.
It is cash, soz.
Cash on cash.
I wonder how real the tilt is when you're like, we're here on cash, he's pushing through Z connector with the CZ.
Yeah.
It's, I could understand a couple of people not so impressed about that, but, well,
bad luck.
BL. It's going to push out towards Squeaky to start off with here for Selfless Gaming. 1 player sitting on the site right now for compLexity. The other 4, you can see 3 in mid and the last one over towards the B site. To see if they push out very, very quickly onto A, and that would be the best move for Selfless. What can Uber do? How long will he hold here before he does something? And, well, should be getting taken down. Selfless looking a little bit stronger here as the T side, Elfish Guy. Surreal now the last one left alive for his team. And I'm sure he'd love to hold onto this AWP instead. They could potentially force him to the next round if he stays alive and falls behind this AWP. Finds one. They now know where he is. Going to have to change up his positioning. There's only so many places to hide here, though.
He almost was holding the right line there for Nifty, but actually peeks it and does pick up the kill. Doesn't really take all that much damage as well for his trouble. So we'll see how long he can hang on to this AWP. There's still 3 Selfless players trying to take him down, but they're going about it the wrong way. They're just peeking him one by one, or he's peeking them
now
one
he's
by
in
one.
trouble,
But
surely.
this is, yeah, exactly. This is how things needed to go. We're a little bit earlier for Selfless. They force him into a really poor spot, and they take him down 2 versus 1. And there you go. So the AWP not in the hands of compLexity in this one, but he did a bit of work with it towards the end there. Still, it'll be another eco here for compLexity and Selfless. They're starting to come back into this one.
Yep, well, only another 10 rounds required here for Selfless. So it's a pretty big ask coming out for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not like they're going to be world beaters by now, but you know, we'll see if they can come back into this one. Then
well, they don't need to be world beaters. They just need to beat compLexity, who are currently 11th on the ladder.
Yeah, definitely. Selfless playing very slowly in this one, not wanting to get taken out by an eco rush from compLexity, and that's probably a good decision. As you can see, Def has moved very far forward up there into Warehouse. He's also been joined by Surreal. Did they go over the boost, or are they in Warehouse? I think they're in Warehouse. Well, their push is not going to work out there. Surreal is going to be going down to Breezy. And once again, it looks like the A-bomb site is the option of choice here for the T side.
Yeah, well, it's been working out for them so far. That third Molotov, though, not necessarily the best choice. Uber, what can he do with this P250? He's in the spot to play it from. Nice and close, ready to go at forklift. And never mind.
Yeah.
Hyped
it up a little bit too much there, I think.
Well, you got to find something to be excited about, I suppose. But this round, it does not look like anyone can get excited except for Selfless Gaming, because they find 5 frags. They don't lose a player. And that's perfect for them. And now 13-7, looking just that little bit closer.
Yeah, it's getting better.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. 13's a lot of rounds
It's
on
the
the board
mindset,
here.
right?
Yeah. From 13-7, you're like, you know what? People have definitely won from here in the past. People have won 15 straight in the past and won.
Yeah.
But 13-7 definitely more doable, and this is going to be one of those crucial rounds. Can they pick compLexity up on the bye? Will compLexity sort out what they've been doing here is the CT side and put themselves 2 rounds away from victory.
Well, I think they've gone for the super boost there over on the A-bomb site, so seems like Uber's up in that position. Def holding towards Forklift, so a decent crossfire setup there for compLexity on that A-bomb site, but as of yet, they really haven't had much success holding on to any of these sites. So for this one to work out, it's going to be pretty important for compLexity. It won't force Selfless back on an eco, though, so even if they do win this one, then they're going to have a bit of trouble in the next one as well. Looks like it will be an execute onto A from Selfless, but might be a fake as they're busting out into mid here. And, well, they might wrap around onto that A-bomb site after all and see how this works out. compLexity's hold maybe not as ideal for that sort of a situation. Uber has been spotted out. He'll only get 1, though. It's a 2 for 2 overall so far.
3 left alive for both teams here. The bomb should be able to get onto this onto this A-bomb side anyway.
Good
that Molotov, yeah, that was very nicely played. Nifty now.
And Android has one as well. Where's he? He can probably throw a Molotov into the default position as well if he can try. Nah, not quite going to get it off. So,
yeah,
compLexity 3 on the retake.
Exactly right. They're going to try and play this retake out. By the looks of it, they allowed them onto the site. They didn't push and try and stop the plant. So, compLexity wanting to make something of it, but Nifty and Mitch both finding frags, and all of again Surreal. Well, he found 3 last time, but I don't expect to see him finding 3 more right now. He'll just be holding on to this AWP, one would imagine. 13-8 will be the score. compLexity, their economy won't be looking very good.
Nope.
That losers bonus, of course, adding up for them. But it's not the same, Elfish Guy. It's not the same as winning rounds, keeping weapons. At the moment, they are not winning rounds at all. It's like...
I wonder if they force behind this AWP. Looks like they do.
With the scout, yeah. It's the cheap man's double AWP setup.
Poor man's.
Well, sure. No, the poor man's double AWP setup is 2 scouts. The cheap man's is 1 AWP and 1 scout.
Okay.
Right?
Def has not managed to get a single frag in, like, what? The entire second half?
To add to his 26?
Yeah.
Look at that. Straight up, they will pick up Android. Mitch fires through the door, does not find anyone.
It really has to be Surreal here to do something with that AWP. Like, sure, you can say, oh, maybe the pistols can get a frag or 2, but if compLexity is going to win this round, it really has to be off the back of the AWP, the only real weapon that they've been able to take into this round. And I mean, he's pushing aggressively. He's trying to make something out of this one. He might be able to do something, and he's only been able to wall Caboose there, but finally gets the second shot off. Brings it back to 4 versus 4. He still has more work to do, though. He's fallen back further into A main. He might be challenged, but he's going to cross back into the site quite safely.
Selfless, they're definitely in a position here to team up and push this side as 4, which is what they need to do. The A site a little bit more open perhaps than the B site. They have a ton of utility, though, to make this happen. So we'll see how the combination of Ape and Dev here can work. Those 2 players, however, do not have that much to work with at all. 2 flashbangs, one of which will be used straight away to no avail. And Def burning down up the back of the side as well. So Nifty, he's going to peek on board. Straight through, look at that, straight through the box, straight through Def's head. And that will leave Uber as one of the last 2 players left alive for his team. And now they forced into the round. Selfless picked it up. They've got so much money, though. Look at this. It was I don't know. I don't even know. Just that loser's bonus combined with the fact that they spent half of their money, I suppose saved the other half.
Yeah. Not a good situation now for compLexity. I mean, both bomb sites feeling relatively weak. Mid, they can't even control all that well here either. So, I mean, what I'd like to see, I guess, from compLexity is just try something a bit out there. Try and catch Selfless off guard and pick up that 1 round that maybe you need to turn that momentum back in your favor and close out the map. Maybe just go for a quick push into mid, do a bit of a counter boost, something like that, see if they can catch Selfless off guard and try that at least, because at the moment compLexity are just letting Selfless come to them, and quite clearly it's not working.
Yeah, it's certainly not, and to the surprise of no one, this is a compLexity tactical pause.
Nice quick one.
It was a nice quick one. They had a quick chat. They're like, right, guys, what are we going to do? Stop being bad as CTs. Oh, yeah, good idea. Done.
Let's try
easy, easy done.
Well, we'll see if it's as easy done as it is said here for compLexity. This time, just going for a single player in towards the A-bomb site, pushing a bit aggressively in towards mid, so changing things up. Good to see. Is Mitch out in mid? Yes, he is. He's actually been spotted out by Def, but yeah, 1-for-1 trade there for compLexity when they had 3 players in that position. Probably not what they would have wanted.
Well, it's still a 4-on-4. The bomb is going towards B site. Surreal. What can he do? He needs to play around the smoke. Picks up Breezy. Are they even paying attention? I don't even know. And, well, Android drops down, finds a frag. And look at that.
Surreal.
Yeah,
wow.
Exactly.
He played that one, well, I want to say very well, but it was kind of just like, what is going on here? Hiding in behind that smoke, picks up the frag as the smoke pops. He's done a good job. And compLexity find a round as a result. 14 on the board now.
Yeah, it must be like the first round that compLexity's won in, I don't even know how many lots. If you had your sheet here, which guy we'd know.
Yeah, I don't.
If I had a tab button, we'd know. They've lost a lot in a row, and if they lose this round, they'll be back onto an eco. So Selfless need to pick this up, make it 14-10, and they put themselves in definitely a position where they can bring it back.
Yeah, and they'll also reset the economy there for compLexity, which will make things a little bit more difficult for the CT side. So it's kind of a must-win here for compLexity, actually, if they don't want to let Selfless get ever closer.
On the other hand, it's probably a must-win as well for Selfless.
Yeah, so an important round for both sides coming out here. Ape is going to be spamming through the squeaky door there. Doesn't manage to land any shots, but again, sort of another different setup from compLexity. They've got a player very far forward in mid. Only that one really on the A-bomb site. One player heading up highway as well. So now starting to get a bit of a stronger A-hold going on as they start to read the situation as to where Selfless might be trying to execute onto.
46 seconds remain on the clock for Selfless to pick a site, commit to it, and well, Def, I'm finding that frag there from Boost, exactly. Going to make that even more difficult. They'll have to run back, grab the bomb, and now they're going to have to commit to one of these sites. Looks like it might be...
Wow. How is no one checking this?
Def should be one away here from his dirty bomb, potentially already on it. We'll see at the start of the next round. But, yeah. How do you lose 3 people to the same boosted player?
They'll be peeking one by one as his teammates throw pop flashes for him.
It's just such a shame that after such a good effort to bring this one back from Selfless, it looks like they're going to throw it away by pushing one after one after one. Def sitting on 29 frags. Probably potential for this to be the last round. Well, of course there's potential for this to be the last round, but after that one, what do Selfless do? They've got the money to buy back into this one and most likely do something, about it. They have to commit. Obviously, they can't afford to lose any more. So either they win the next 6 straight with great economy, or the game is over.
Indeed. Well, I mean, there's still the second map, I suppose, but it's been a decent fight back here from Selfless. compLexity, I think they're going to be disappointed even if they close this out 16-9, that they let Selfless come back in here, get a bit of momentum heading into that second map. So, yeah, it could have been a better situation overall here for compLexity, but again, they still have this one round ahead of them that they have to focus on before they can really have a bit of a break.
All right, we will see a real execute coming out onto the A side here. They're going to split from A main and from Squeaky. But they've lost, look at all these players down so low on HP, and now Mitch, the only one left alive. They're Lions, Elfish guy. They think they can jump through the flames, but it just did not work.
Nope.
They all took that fire damage. Maybe need to play more World of Warcraft. Don't stand in the flames, guys. But that will be that. compLexity, in the end, will clean them up. It took them a long, long time. It should have been way quicker than that.
Yep.
But Selfless bringing it back. Both teams proving to be stronger on the T side than the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, Def finally got it together at the end of that CT side. They ended up on 32 frags, I think it might have been. So managed to finally get something going on the CT half for him. And, of course, as a result, you can see compLexity were able to close it out.
They certainly were. Well, we're going to head on over to Train. It was a map pick here for Selfless. They started off so slowly there on Cache. I don't know, maybe on their own map they'll be a little bit more successful. There's glimmers of hope here for Selfless Gaming. Can we have 2 1-1s across the night? We'll have to take a break, and we will be back with our last map and all of the action.
your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 4 North American Division. Alfish Guy, we've seen 3 matches so far today. We're down to our final match, and well, what can Selfless do? They picked the map, we're on to train, but they weren't particularly convincing there on Cache.
No, I mean, they came back into it, but really, the whole time it felt like it was going to be compLexity. Eventually closing it out. It was just a matter of time there. So
it was literally just a matter of time in the end.
Yeah, and so basically compLexity picking that one up 16 and 9, heading over here onto train. I would say that this map also favors them a little bit. I mean, it's their pick as well, so things not going to be looking too good, I think, for Selfless coming into this one. Potential for a 2-0 to come out, especially if we see compLexity really come out with a very good start like they did on Cache.
Well, that's it, and considering that that Selfless picked Cache and had struggled so much on the CT side. Obviously, a little bit more convincing on the Ts, but
yeah,
I don't know. Coming onto train, what are they going to do? I suspect it's going to be too much to ask for them.
Well, they're going to have to hope that they start off on CT side this time and get off to a bit of a better start, obviously, than what they did on Cache.
It's hard to have a worse start.
Well, yeah,
to be fair,
it is. It is.
Yeah.
But across the board, I mean, none of them really were firing all that much. I mean, we saw some stuff going on late in the second half there, but to be honest, I mean, again, I'm going to look to Nifty here, especially on a map like Train, where the AWP is going to be super important, especially around towards that A-bomb site. We've seen him have some decent performances on Train with the AWP, but over on the side of the guys who are currently sitting on the CT side, which is compLexity, although that's possibly going to change after the knife, whatever. They, of course, just looked a whole lot better on that first map. So across the board, I think man for man at the moment, compLexity is firing.
Def is firing as well.
Def, of course. I mean, how can you not talk about him after that first map? But for me, Surreal was hitting some very nice shots with that AWP, and here on Train, it's going to be quite useful.
Well, the AWPs, yeah, certainly. Again, one of the maps here on Train where the AWP is useful. I guess it's useful everywhere, but some of them just more so than others, I feel.
Yeah.
Mirage is always fun. Train is always fun. Cache, I don't know. It's less of a...
Yeah, it's less of a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's useful, but...
Yeah, I think Surreal actually had a few less chances there to really get some of those plays going as well. So we are ready to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Our last map of the night. Selfless up against compLexity here on Train. compLexity picked this map. They're starting on the CT side.
Yeah, that's not good at all for Selfless. The CT side obviously somewhat favoured here on Train, so... They're going to have to hope that they can get off to a good start on their T side, which is going to be just a little bit more difficult. And compLexity have got 4 stacked over towards this A-bomb site, so very ready for this initial push that Selfless seem like they're going to be going for in towards that A-bomb site.
Well, we do have Surreal and Android X heading over, or holding over more so towards Ivy. And that's where the bomb is right now. We can see 2 players have pushed in onto the site, but they get picked up very, very quickly. Android X goes down, but Def here is ready to do some damage with his USP at range. The bomb, however, is going to travel all the way to the B site. Can Uber beat them there? Apes coming through brown holes as well. And you can get the bomb onto the B site, or to the CT side, but,
this
well...
is not going to go well, you'd have to say, for Selfless.
It's not actually on the side, is it?
They need to get this first frag, and they don't even manage to do that. Uber picks it up, and Caboose goes down. Nifty does manage to trade it out, but Ape's in a perfect spot here to stop that bomb plant. And I see no chance here for compLexity in this pistol round.
No, it's kind of, to me, that was like when a toddler runs away, right? And the parent just sort of steps around the couch, is like, surprise!
Yeah, like everywhere you look.
You can't go anywhere, right?
There's a CT.
Yeah, they just got Shrek'd, and
well, he's done well to actually get that bomb down.
He's done. He did well to get you just need to get another shot down. You need to pick up one more frag.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the case. So, compLexity going to find this round as start us off here on to Train, and I don't mind the idea of Selfless pushing through quickly onto the B site.
Yeah.
But the B site's actually, like the B side of the map is very big.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter that you get into the right-hand side of it. You can't plant the bomb until you head all the way down towards that train carriage. So, not going to work out for them.
Definitely not. And this time, Selfless just going to be running away with the pistols. compLexity buying into it, and there's a couple of flashbangs here for Selfless, so they might try something with those, but in reality, you can't really expect all that much coming out from them. See how they go, though. They do only have to deal with one player on that B bomb site, so if they do, in the end, actually head into B, this could be decent. It's only 8 with a UMP as well, so he might have a little difficulty, and indeed is. He gets a 1-for-1, which is definitely not great for the CTs there. It will allow the bomb to be planted by Selfless. Now the retake will have to come out, which it should be okay for compLexity in reality, but at the moment, Breezy coming up huge with that P250, finding 2, and we're back to a 2 versus 2. Still no guns acquired really here for the Ts, so it's going to be tough for them to hold off these 2 CTs.
Yeah, it's been a really good eco round coming out from Selfless, however. Android finds 1, and surely Nifty can't hold this off with a Glock up there. I don't think they know where he is right now. They're going to use 2 smokes and try and guarantee themselves, well, they
Both
get themselves
of
the
them trying
frag
to
anyway.
at the same time as well. Anyway, the kill goes the way of the CTs, as you would expect, and I think compLexity came into this one with 2 M4s, so they might have dropped 1. In the end, though, they pick up the round. That's what's important. Selfless are going to force into this one, though, obviously getting that bomb down twice.
It's good. Honestly,
it's going to be actually a very good buy.
Selfless should be pretty happy with themselves after that round. They probably couldn't have asked for too much more.
Yeah.
And as you said, this buy, it's going to be a pretty good buy. To be fair, looking a little bit better than compLexity has as well. 8 going to push much further forward up towards Brown Halls here on the B side. The bomb sitting outside that sort of grenade throw point here, outside of A. And look at that, A main Uber's pushed all the way forward with his UMP to try and grab some information here.
compLexity with a relatively standard setup, having a couple over to that B bomb site. And Selfless are just holding default for now, waiting to see what compLexity is going to do on the CT side. For the moment, compLexity, yeah, they've got that one guy pushing into A main, but apart from that, really not all that much going on for them. Content to mostly just sit in their sights. I guess Uber's just trying to make something happen with that UMP.
Well, he's in a spot to do something, but he's obviously going to need to catch one of these guys off guard. It's looking like it's probably going to be an A split, at least for now. I'm not sure what their intention is with these 2 players over towards Brown Halls. One of them will rotate back. One of them's going to push into the site. Surely, if he pushes all the way out, he will lose his life. So you're going to split from 3 ways onto A here, and Caboose pushes out, finds Uber straight away. The rotations come out here from Surreal and from Ape. Caboose goes down. It's now a 4-on-4. 29 on the clock. The bomb heading out to the site. Pop Dog covered off for the moment, but Android will find Breezy. Finds a second as well. Mitch goes down, and now Nifty and no one, the last left alive. Surreal finds 1. The bomb dropped up all the way on the wrong side of the site there. And well, compLexity just let them push onto their trap here on the A site and took them down 1 by 1.
Really nicely played there by compLexity. In particular, I mean, Android X, he played that one very nicely. He was sort of the catalyst for that round there for compLexity, getting that really long-range frag all the way down to the bottom of the A-bomb site from Ivy there, which is where he was holding, and then getting the second, of course, as well. So, great stuff from him. And compLexity go 3-0 up, soon to be potentially 4-0 up. Should be.
Well, yeah, Selfless losing that first gun round, so going to make their life even more difficult here. Surreal found his way onto an AWP Uber, forced to buy that MP9 instead, but shouldn't really make a difference here up against these unarmored targets. Mitch at range tries to do some work, but he does take damage over there at Ivy from Android X. Def up on top of Blue Train finds 1. Potential here to find another there onto Breezy. Depends which way he pushes. Surely Def just drops down and finds the frag. Doesn't even need to. And 4-0 now the score. Selfless, what will they do this round? Buying in all the way is what they will do. 5 AKs, utility across the board. 1 frag, 1 frag, 1 frag, 3 and 2. Not great scores at all for Selfless, to be fair. Uber this time not having a great start. But Def, once again, look at that. He's picked up 7 frags from 4 rounds. He's on fire today.
He definitely is. He's been performing quite well for compLexity, and well, hopefully for them, he'll continue to perform quite well, because we've seen that Selfless can come back into these. And definitely if compLexity gives them that opportunity, they will take it. Uber's going to take a bit of damage there, walks right into a Molotov, and does go down in the end to it. It actually spread a lot further than I thought it would. In the end, a 2 for 1, and this should be Mitch picking up one onto Ape, and Ape jumping off the ladder, flying across and picks up the kill onto Mitch. 3 versus 3, still the retake won't be easy here for the CTs.
No, it certainly won't, and that bomb plank going down is a great start here for Selfless. Surreal gets picked up. No one at range. Will he find another frag? He does, and that leaves Def. He's over at Pop Dog, and they know that he's there as well. He's going to try. Maybe he will find one. He does. But he has 2 more players to work with. Going to flash over to Zed, throw off.
Surely he doesn't have time here. Maybe if he goes for a smoke defuse.
Well, Molotov over there and then smoke the other way and then just force it. That's actually not a bad play at all. 3, 2, 1. Oh! He picks up Caboose. But Selfless, in the end, no one finds the frag and gets the round. Elfish Guy, that was way closer than it should have been.
That was actually really nicely played by him, but unfortunately couldn't get it done in the end. Still, compLexity will be able to afford to buy into this round, and Selfless probably breathing a sigh of relief after that one. Although, they lost so many weapons in that last one that they're going to have to rebuy heaps. 3 AKs going to come out, but only a Galil and a Tech 9 available there for Mitch and Breezy. So, you know, even though Selfless pick up that round, this following subsequent round is still going to be tough for them.
Yeah, it certainly will, and I guess... Oh, look at that, straight through the wall. That's the benefit, Elfish Guy, of being able to go through to the end of the round with like 4 pieces of utility still ready to go, which I think is essentially what he had.
Yep.
Between a flash, a nade, a molly, and a smoke. A little bit of everything to work with there. The stack coming out towards the B site. Nifty's going to lead them out. And well, Surreal spots them, but he's not in a great position here with the AWP to really do too much.
He's going to fall back. He's fine. And he has that extra player on the... or had that extra player on the B site to give him a bit of backup, but at the moment compLexity are just not 100% aware that there is 4 players in the brown halls there, although I would have thought Surreal might have spotted out a couple. compLexity have floated an extra player over towards the A-bomb site, so this might not be a bad spot here for Selfless to try and push into the B site. If they can take down Surreal, maybe only lose 1 player in doing so, then sure, they've got a game on their hands.
Yeah, compLexity looking pretty sold on the fact this might be an A push, and unfortunately they've been sold a dud, because right now the B side is where it's going to be at here for Selfless Gaming. 35 on the clock, and surely they'll be able to spot this out and work out what's going to happen. Surreal might be able to find one there, misses the shot. The rotations come out, but they all have to come through Zed. And let's have a look, see what Breezy can do. He's pushed a long way up, finds one. Uber goes down, Ape holding back, and well, Surreal does trade one back. Ape picks up a frag there onto Breezy. And now 2 players left alive. Make that 1. No one by himself here. He's on the bomb. He finds one. A ton of work to do.
Surreal's low. He might be able to pick him up, but also grabs Def. Great headshot from him, and now things start to get a little bit shaky here for compLexity. If Surreal goes down, which he does, this could be a fantastic clutch from no one, and he gets the spray down. 1 versus 4 picks up the round for Selfless.
He didn't even need to use his smoke, Elfish Guy. It's one of those situations where you see players time and time again get tempted into swapping out to utility and getting caught out, right, with a smoke out, with a flash out. That situation, he just played it smart, played them 1 by 1. compLexity, on the other hand, well, they just let him find 3 or 4 1v1s in a row. And very good work there from no one, picking up the round and really keeping Selfless in this game so far.
Troublesome there for compLexity. They definitely should have closed that one out in the situation they were in. Like, for Selfless, the way they played that post plant wasn't that bad, and they did get taken out early. The problem for Selfless was that they didn't get any very quick frags as they tried to enter that bomb site. So for compLexity to come back in there with a 4 versus 4 or 5 versus 5, whatever it was, it wasn't the worst situation for them. It just came down to no one there with a nice clutch. And compLexity making some errors, peeking 1 by 1. And of course, I mean, you can see the resulting round there. Lots of eco frags coming out for Selfless. compLexity going to be able to buy into this one. It's not going to be a good buy. Well, it is going to be an okay buy, but not going to be a great one.
There's no AWP, there's a FAMAS,
and Surreal was the one that was doing a lot of that work on the B side as well. So not having an AWP here for compLexity, that is going to hurt them a lot.
Maybe they'll play this round a little bit differently now they don't have that AWP, but I don't know. Perhaps the fact that Selfless was just so quick to get all the way up to Z, right? When you need 3 or 4 players to come through Z connector on the rotation, it makes it difficult to do too much if they push up early. Just like we'll see here, pushing very quickly onto the A side. But this time it's a different story. Nifty brings one back. Def goes down, but Mitch the last one here for his team. He's got the bomb. He's between blue and green train, but surely he gets found out here very, very quickly. He picks up Android. It's now a 3-on-1, but Ape coming through from behind. He should be able to push around to the left side of blue train and maybe find this frag.
Oh.
It won't happen. Down to 10 HP as Mitch. He's in a 2v1 now. Wants to get away, and that's the right choice. Perhaps with a minute on the clock, he can rotate to B-side. He's got so much time. Can he find 2 more frags?
Will
Two
we see?
frags. Look at it. They're 10 and 52, Elfish Guy.
Yeah, will we see that another 4 versus 1 coming out here? I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think he's got the HP to play with, but potential for it. Definitely. Uber's down to 10 HP. He's an easy kill. And Surreal, I mean, he's not looking that healthy himself. So
No.
compLexity have now split up. Gone 1 for 1 on both those bomb sites.
I don't know if I'm sold on that, to be honest, but it's going to put Mitch in a position where he can win this with 2 individual 1v1 fights instead of having to play 2. He spots the weapon, gets the frag, will be able to plant it down. He's got a Molotov as well he can use onto Z Connector here if he wants to. Instead, he drops right back right now.
He can just use it on the bomb.
Yeah.
If he plays the time. I mean, Uber, if he gets ticked by 1 or 2 ticks of that Molotov, he's going to be gone.
And I think we saw Uber get caught out as well by the Flames a little bit earlier, so not wanting to follow that up with a second death. Uber fakes the defuse, but Mitch, he's not being caught out. He throws the Molotov.
All he has to do now is survive. He just has to sit on that bomb on that blue train, and he's won the 4 versus 1
again.
2 4v1s in a row for Selfless,
and they're going to bring him back to 4. 4 is what it's all about. The scores of 4 and 4, and Selfless Gaming win another round here. That was some pretty clutch. That's the version. That's the definition of clutch plays, Elfish Guy.
Yes, I mean, sure, they've both been really good from Selfless, but again, you can't really be relying on something like that. compLexity are the ones that are putting themselves in round-winning positions, and eventually, Selfless's luck is going to run out, and they're not going to be able to win these 4v1s. So it feels like only a matter of time before compLexity really comes back here and picks up a couple of quick rounds. Uber at least is going to be able to take an AK through to this round. We'll see what he can do with it. Obviously, the rest of his team's going to be on eco, but to me, even though Selfless are here at 4-4, it still feels like compLexity are just playing a little bit better.
Well, I guess they're on the CT side, so that's a bit of an advantage for them, but Nifty's going to start it off picking up Def, and yes, as you said, Uber's managed to bring in this AK Android, just walks through the flames. He does find a frag onto Breezy, traded out by Mitch. Not a bad, I guess, trade, considering one of them had a rifle and one of them had a deagle, but now Uber, the last one left for his team, and he doesn't even get the frag into Caboose there, even though he had the jump on him. 4-5 Selfless. Going to find themselves in the lead here. Starting on the T side, we're going to see a pause coming out. I can't imagine this is anything other than a compLexity. What the hell kind of pause coming out? Because what do you even do here?
I feel like it's a bit early for attack pause, though. I mean, I guess they've let Selfless get 5 rounds on the T side, which is already a pretty good result for them.
Well, unless it's a technical pause in the sense that, guys, is anyone else still here? What are you doing? Have you swapped to bots? What's going on?
Wow. I've been told it's a tactical pause for compLexity.
Who would have thunk it?
Well, yeah, I mean, early days, but I guess they just want to turn it around pretty early on.
Well, look, they're obviously buying into this round. It's one of these crucial rounds that we talk about. You know, if they lose this, they're back onto an eco. So they lose 1 round, it really costs them 2.
Yep.
Which puts Selfless on a 7 and 4. You know, bringing this back, making it 5-5 now, potentially being able to work through with some weapons is obviously a much better situation. So I don't mind it. They should be getting more rounds than this on the CT side, you would expect anyway. So, you know, they have to make this work for them. And of course, we'll see Surreal back on that AWP. What is Ape going to do, however? Is this the conversation? Is it, what do we do? Do we buy a second AWP
Do
here?
we double AWP? Yeah.
Because they've got that far in the process.
Well, guess not. I probably would have gone for it, I think. Like, double AWP's really good on train, so at least compLexity not too keen on it. I mean, I guess we don't tend to see them pick up double AWPs all that much.
No, we don't. But we see in general that it works. For the teams it works for, it works. Of course, you need a second successful AWPer to make it a good play.
Yep. Still, compLexity just running away with the single AWP here, and this time Selfless going to be setting up for, looks like an A split out through main, and through Pop Talk. Mitch very aggressively forward is going to catch Def off guard, popping up onto the green train. Uber hanging around in the smoke. Oh, he almost got one, but no one will take him down. And it's now 5 versus 3. complexity in a really poor spot after that initial flurry of frags.
Yeah, Uber needed to be quicker, better with his aim there to pick up Nifty in the end. He left him at 7 HP, and now Android X and Ape, the last two left alive. They're both between the A-Train bomb sign and Z connector here. Android finds one, gets traded, and now Ape the last one alive for his team. And as we said, this round, well, potential here for this to come out to 7 and 4 with Selfless picking up this one. complexity, what will they spend their money on next round? How much will they have? They've lost a few in a row. Can they force into it? Do they have enough for a reasonable buy? Are they going to be forced into an eco? And really a pretty embarrassing scoreline so far coming out for complexity.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, especially considering they started off pretty well. Selfless have really come back into this one on the T side, and Ape, it doesn't even look like he's going to save that AK. Breezy will catch him out. Yeah, so now difficult times ahead for complexity. They'll be on the force buy, it seems, for this one.
I don't know if I'm sold on this, to be honest, Selfish.
No. They haven't been able to get it done with a normal buy.
Well, that's it.
What are they hoping to achieve with a force? Like, it's not even like forcing into this one. Maybe if they win it, they can force Selfless onto an eco or something like that. Like, even if they win this, Selfless have got a couple of good buys ahead of them.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. They would essentially need to win this round, pick up all of the AKs and the AWP. You know what I mean? And do something ridiculous. But Nifty straight away finds the frag. Ape goes down. And, well, all of a sudden, complexity looking like they're in a pretty poor position. They'll be able to buy into next round, even though they spent a bit of cash this time around. The money they did spend wasn't everything. They did break the bank.
I thought they were going to force a little bit more into that one.
Yeah.
But just going for the weapons and no armor, so they do keep a little bit in the bank, as you say. So now, heading on towards that A site is Selfless, and Uber's going to find one there. Android is going to be taken down, though. Back to a 4v2. Nifty's in a good spot here. Takes down an easy kill onto Uber, and it's just surreal. He gets a nice headshot onto Breezy, but how much more can he hope for with this scout? Maybe we see a 1v4 come out from complexity.
Well, it's the sort of thing they need to start doing, to be perfectly honest, Selfish Guy, because if you're going to lose two 1v4s in a row, you're better as heck find one of your own, find some individual brilliance, because that's what it's going to take here. Right now, they are falling to pieces. Selfless all over these guys. Their economy for the T side is looking fantastic. With this, even they could probably lose the next two rounds and still be in an okay position to work with some money.
Yeah, 2 or 3, to be honest.
Yeah, complexity here able to buy into this round. A good buy from them.
Yeah.
But is it good buy overall, Elfish Guy? I don't know.
Yeah.
It hasn't been very good at all for complexity. Selfless, really, considering it's complexity's map pick. I don't even know what's going on.
No, can't say I know either. Surreal, though, will start off quite nicely onto Mitch, who's just peeking into A on his own. Not so sure about that decision. No one to trade him out, and it's going to cost Selfless, well, a free pick over to the complexity lineup. Although it does seem like complexity going to have a bit of trouble over towards this B side as opposed to the A side, which we might have initially thought. So 2 players over there for complexity. And both sides have been successful for Selfless, so I've got to say the A side's probably been their favoured side.
Well, it's been working, to be fair.
Yeah.
They've all been working. Everything they've done has been working. Once they got their weapons going, once they had something to work with. To be fair, again, winning a 1v4 twice in a row to pick up the round.
Yeah.
It's not like those rounds started off well for them.
No, definitely not.
But the end result, I suppose, is what matters. The majority of the time, economic damage aside, they managed to bring it back here, and it's going to be an execute onto this B site. Molotovs just going to hold them back for the moment. 2 on the site, 1 through Z connector here for complexity. Breezy.
He should get Ape. Oh, the spray's not quite controlled very well from him there, but he's going to peek over, and Caboose in the end picks up Android, but Breezy really being a thorn in the side of complexity at the moment. Nifty should find the final one, and he does. 8 on the board now for Selfless. Complexity, what's their buy going to be like? They had a bit of cash, but probably not enough to buy into this either.
Well, that losers round bonus starting to stack up here. And, well, it's a bit of a... You can take
like
away what you will.
Again.
Yeah, exactly. See, before Elfish Guy, that was a cheap man's double up. This is a poor man's double up.
I see.
Yeah. 2 scouts coming out here for complexity. Mag 7 onto 8. He can definitely do some plays. Like, there is potential here between the scouts, the Mag 7 and the Deagles. You know, these are potentially
high impact
weapons. Yeah, you can find some crazy frags coming out of them and can certainly turn everything around. What can Android do? Absolutely nothing. Uber goes down to Nifty, and now Surreal and Def, the last two left alive. The bomb going to be planted on the B site, and these two CT players are split up as well. Selfless looking like they're going to bring this out to 9-4. Well, with only 2 more rounds left in this first half, an 11-4 is certainly not in the realms of not out of the realm of possibility here at all for Selfless.
Nope, not quite. Nifty picks that one up, and yeah, you're right. I would say 11-4 definitely on the cards here. compLexity, though, will be buying into this one, so they'll be hoping against hope to bring it back to a 6-9. But it just doesn't feel like they're going to have anything. I mean, what's the buy looking like? Just 4 rifles? Yeah, Android's got an M4 there. So 4 rifles for compLexity, and this is sort of their last chance. The next buy they're going to get is it'll be a force buy. If they let, I mean, they've already let Selfless get way too many on this T side so far.
And it really is let, isn't it? It's not. No, I'm not going to say that Selfless aren't playing well.
When you let them win 2 4v1s.
And we keep bringing it up, but how do you not keep bringing it up when it's had such a huge impact on this game already? Apart from the fact that should be, 6 and 7 right now. Not to mention the economic change that would play on the game.
Yeah, like the ripple effect.
Yeah, so it's just, even losing 4 players to 1 and then winning the round is still huge, let alone losing the round as well. Like, it's just such a big deal. Nifty will take out Def. The possibility of finding another is going to flash away and go back and grab this bomb. The A site, is this where they're going to push? Not at the moment, heading up towards the halls. Maybe a split onto A wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well,
again, Surreal hasn't been able to come into this game. He hasn't had an opportunity, really.
It's just another opening into this one here for compLexity, where for Selfless rather, where they've picked up another entry frag, and they're going to try and look for a second. Nifty takes down Surreal. He's doing good work with that AWP on the T side so far for Selfless. Mitch should be able to catch out Android, but somehow Android does win that one.
Well, he's an Android. He should have quicker
reflexes or
quicker reflexes, mate.
reactions.
Yeah, exactly. Should be quick onto the trigger. Bomb plant going to go down here. Selfless in a great position, and compLexity deciding that they want to make it 5 and 10, and that will be their hope heading into their last round of this first half. But they picked the map. They got the side they'd want to start on, but this is certainly not the score that compLexity would be hoping for. You would not imagine that you would be on 5 and 10 potentially as your best potential score here if you're compLexity.
No. Well, they would not have been hoping for this sort of a situation either. I mean, I guess if they can get to 5, it's something to play with. Even 4 is enough rounds to mess around with, I guess, on your own T side. But really, it is going to be a massive uphill battle regardless of the result of this final one. They do save a couple of guns through to this round, so it's not so bad. They can get a pretty decent buy.
Yeah.
Surreal just taking away a 5-7, but across the board,
wow,
they've got
great
weapons.
nade. Great nade, guys. Great work.
Does a bit of damage.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
Wrong side, though.
Yeah, well, hey, who cares?
Look at this. Execute onto the A side. Mitch going to get caught out in the Molotov. And, well, they're going to force very, very quickly out here. Caboose finds 2. No one goes down to 3 on 4. Def in a good spot. Finds a frag. Evens it up. A minute 30 on the clock. The bomb has been dropped between green and blue once again. And one of those players has managed to make his way all the way into Z Connector. What can Caboose do here?
I think it comes down to whether or not Ape wins this duel up against Mitch. Mitch is so low on HP, but he has the possibility of just getting that one tap onto Ape's head. Mitch not quite looking in the correct direction here for the moment. If Ape chooses the right time to peek out, he'll find an easy frag and make things so much easier. In the end, Mitch just gets a little bit restless trying to make something happen there when maybe he didn't really need to. There's still plenty of time left on that clock, and it puts Selfless now in a bit of a tough position. Down to Caboose, really, I think, now.
Nifty finds one, and leaves it up to Ape. We saw him with some crazy plays last week, Elfish Guy. I think it was up against Renegades. I don't know. It's a big ask here. What can he do? He's in Pop Dog. The bomb plank going down. He's got a Molotov, but I don't know how much use that will be for him in this situation. He waits for the Flames to subside. Selfless in a very good position here. They've got the post-plant positions. Can they make it 11 and 4? Nifty says yes, it will, with a headshot on to Ape. Half-time. Selfless gaming up by a huge margin here against compLexity. We'll take a break and come back to our last half of Counter-Strike for the day.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb incoming onto the zone. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this overstill. Oh, I love that.
Welcome back. We're into the pistol round, ready to go, and they're going to stack it over towards the B side here. Def leads the charge, finds two very quickly. Well, now it's two. Surreal got one of them, but 3 headshots in a row. It's exactly what the guys here want to do. And Selfless with 2 left alive. Potentially here, compLexity can bring this back. Started off exactly what they need, but at range, what can Nifty do? He's in the right spot, but now looking the wrong way. He swings across. Misses the shot, might get taken down. Finally, will he get this frag?
He's done a lot of damage, but
ton of damage, but
yeah,
no kills.
He still hasn't managed to connect any of those frags, and now unfortunately both the CTs coming from the same direction, stuck in the connector there. They're probably not going to have very easy of a time here. See what Mitch can do on that boost. He finds one, and now Nifty pushing out might cause a bit of trouble. In the end, Mitch is going to go down to Android X, and Uber picks up Nifty. So compLexity find the pistol round and put themselves in a little bit better of a spot than they would have potentially been in.
Well, to be fair, they probably couldn't find themselves in much of a worse spot than they were in before. So, yeah, look at this force buy coming out from Selfless. I love it. Keep the pressure on.
Yeah, I agree.
And compLexity expecting this one. They will go through and buy AKs, Galils, and a UMP. So, ready to work against that armor that Selfless has now bought. Which way do compLexity want to push this potential here for an A split? Wouldn't be a bad idea. And we can see, let's have a look. Android's the only one holding back, and he actually doesn't have any utility to throw over the top at all. So
both those scouts at the moment holding over towards the A-bomb site. So at least some weaponry available there for Selfless, and I think compLexity are aware of that. They've heard both those scouts going off, and now might be thinking about rotating over to the B-bomb site where there's only a couple of pistols waiting for them. Still, though, it's definitely not a foregone conclusion here for compLexity. They need to really work on those frags and get in there without losing too many guns. If they can take both the AKs and probably both the Galils to the next round, they'll be very happy.
Looking like an A push, and Breezy, what can he do at range with the Deagle? Not much with his flash, but Caboose, he's going to drop the bomb carrier. He goes down. Breezy takes damage. He burns to death. And didn't not even notice that it was happening. In real life, you'd just be feeling the pain, Elfish guy. But
VR Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. It's not real life. It's the CS. You probably wouldn't respawn over and over and over either. But this has been a really good round here for compLexity. Obviously, they had the advantage, but well, Nifty finds a frag. Can he find another one? Chases him around with the scout. But a ton of work to do. 3 players. If Surreal does peek, he could die. They know Nifty's there, and Nifty thinks the better of it. But will he get caught out by Def? He does. compLexity with 2 in a row. Selfless, now that they forced into that round, this time they'll have to eco. Make it 11 and 7 here.
Yeah,
one would expect.
compLexity aware of that. Uber's gone for that Mac 10. See what Android X decides to buy. Maybe a Mac 10 as well. This is going to be the case. So compLexity here are just going to try and get a bit of extra cash in the bank. Clean up all of those USPs. Selfless not investing a single thing into this round. It's starting to look, it's starting to look winnable for compLexity. Getting back to a 7 and 11.
Yeah, again, it's just that little bit closer. The numbers are, I don't know, if it really is just a matter of numbers, but some of them, there's a point, right, where it feels like it's the tipping point between something that's almost unwinnable and something that's in your sights.
Yeah.
And 7-11 is certainly that point for me where it's only an eco round or two away from potentially being much, much closer. And Mitch left all by himself here, just taking a look at what's in the bin. Looks like boxes. Good to see they're recycling. That's what it's all about. Save the planet, Elfish Guy.
Yeah, if you say so.
Whilst trying to blow up.
Yeah, blow up the
nuclear
train
train.
station or
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Yeah. So it's okay. As long as you recycle, that's all that matters.
Sound like a hippie.
Take a look at these buys coming out. Selfless going to be going for 5 rifles. The same can be said for compLexity. Don't get that much closer than this Selfish Guy in terms of buys.
Yeah, the utility's relatively even. I mean, Selfless just lacking a little bit on their CT side here. But across the board, they have enough to use and to work with. And they can slow down compLexity just a little bit. For now, compLexity not too keen to go aggressively into either of these bomb sites. Just setting up pretty default. Trying to suss out what's going on here on the CT side of Selfless.
Smoke going to force Ape back for the moment. An A split looking on the cards here for compLexity. But we can see that no one has pushed all the way up towards that A main entryway. Getting some good information, probably hearing some footsteps. Going to drop right back now with this smoke and just wait to see whether they want to peek out. No one at Pop Dog as of yet for either team. And look, it looks like it's going to be a 3-2 split with a quick rotation for Nifty should he need to onto the A site.
compLexity still deciding whether or not they want to go in towards the A bomb side, and they've let Def push a little bit forward. He's just trying to get some information here on that A bomb side. If he can find a frag, that'd be great. Although no one is going to be able to take down Ape. Def is going to be able to meet someone here in Connector. Nifty might get the kill and does. So Selfless, this could be the one that they need to turn things around. Although Nifty's going to go down very quickly after picking up Def. Breezy now on that B-bomb site alone for the moment, waiting for those rotators to come across. Doesn't buy enough time to deny that bomb plant. And now 3 versus 3, the retake here for Selfless, but they're coming in from different directions. It's going to be tough for compLexity to hold off on it, though. Uber picks up a crucial frag onto no one.
2 left alive here for Selfless. They're going to make a go of this, and maybe Mitch can find a frag right here. He does. It's a key one. That leaves Uber, the 2v1 here for Selfless. Can they play this out smartly? They don't even need to. Mitch just fakes it, turns around, finds the frag. Uber goes down. The score, well, it's going to be 12-7 now. Selfless with the round. Every time I say Mitch onto Uber or Uber onto Mitch, it reminds me of our favourite shoutcaster over at ESL in Europe, Mitch Uber Leslie. He's probably casting some CSGO Pro League of the European kind a little bit earlier on in the day.
The old Aussie boys.
He would say Cache as well, by the way.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that. I suspect. Well, to be fair, I haven't seen him commentate Cache in a while. But
I suspect he would.
I suspect he still would, unless he's a sellout.
Yeah. Losing a bit of that accent, though. Anyway, digressing a little bit. That was one of Mitch's favourite phrases.
Yeah, and you learn it from him, BL.
Yeah.
Surreal holds the line, fires, but unfortunately no one in his sights at the moment. Selfless with a pretty average buy, even though they won that round. compLexity with some better weapons across the board. At least Mitch and Caboose both able to bring through those AKs from last round, so that's a good start. Nifty sitting at the bottom of Pop Dog. Are they going to try and flash him? How's this going to work? Surely he is the players above him, but for now, he drops back down. Everyone survives.
Yeah, compLexity playing very slow once again here on their T side. This time, it's a little different of a setup, more of a focus over towards the Ivy area. And, well, they're going to hope, I guess, that Ape is going to be able to get something done there at the Pop Dog while the rest of these players walk in through Ivy. Mitch has been smoked off for the moment. Lots of waiting. compLexity slowly but surely pushing in, and Ape doesn't get anything done. Oh, Selfless. Just absolutely wrecking compLexity across the board. Not a single gun lost here for the CT side. And it looks like they're going to be upgrading a few of those weapons. Breezy might just take the FAMAS through to this one, I think, just to keep that economy looking a bit nicer.
It's always depressing, I think, for the Ts when the CTs have more AKs than you do. And that looks like it might be the case here. As Selfless 13-7 up. compLexity really starting to struggle here. They're going to force into this round. 2 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, and a Scout. They need to find a way in. They really have been struggling. There's very little to take away from this particular map and say, you know what, that was a positive for us here at compLexity. Map number 1 might have been a different story, but map 2, certainly not the case here.
Yeah, exactly. And Selfless here looking very good. They could potentially close this one out, you know, with a pretty convincing scoreline. Something like, you know, maybe 16-8, 16-7, of course, is on the cards. But compLexity should have at least one more buy in it before they go down. This one is, well, it's a bit of a force buy, so you can't really count on this one, that's for sure.
Very much a bit of a force buy, I would suggest. This smoke going to try and delay what is potentially the inevitable here. And 4 players currently stacking, ready to work their way onto this B site. The bomb progressing slowly from behind as well. 2 players sitting here for Selfless, ready to go. Nifty with the Molotov. He just needs to do it at the right time. Oh my goodness! The collateral, Surreal and Def, both going down. Breezy finds 2 more. And irrespective of the fact that it was a 4 Selfish guy, that was insane.
Yep.
That was. I love it. I love it.
Guns wouldn't have helped them in that situation. Not at all. No one will also be able to find the other kill in the end. And that's 2 rounds in a row where Selfless haven't lost a single gun. So, compLexity, really, they have to force into this one.
They have to do something. I would suggest winning the round. That's going to be my suggestion. But they're not. They're really not buying much at all.
Okay. Going for the tie.
They're going for the 15-15 overtime. It's a pretty big dream, to be honest. Like a little kid. He's probably eight or so years of age, saying, I'm going to be a pro esports player. That's how far away the dream is right now. They've got a lot of work to do.
Def going to have to find something with that Scout of his. Can't really rely on the P250 to find something on the T side here. It's going to be a lucky win for compLexity if they do pull this one off, but no one is making things a little more difficult. Now 4 versus 5.
1:15 on the clock, an A split on the cards. The bomb sitting towards Pop Dog. They only have 4 players to work with, and of course, very little in the way of any sort of weapons, no utility. Well, there's a flashbang, and Def finds 1 frag with the Scout, but Nifty takes down Uber. Ape, the last one now for his team, and that should be that. 15-7 the scoreline. compLexity, what can they do?
They can buy into this one at least.
Yeah, it's not going to be as average a buy as we have seen from them in recent rounds, but they picked the map and they haven't looked at home at all.
No.
I think they grabbed the pistol round and a few rounds after that, but after all is said and done, Selfless really have been running away with this map number 2.
Definitely, and I mean, they've just put their boot back, I guess, into compLexity, like what happened to them on the first map of Cache. So overall, it's pretty even, I guess. But at the moment here on Train, still favouring Selfless, although Surreal's able to pick up the entry frag onto Caboose. In order director, getting a little bit stuck there on that CT.
Well, I think it's just reiterating the fact that that's what compLexity looks like right now on the ground. We know not much help.
That was a Selfless player, though.
Yeah, I understand that, Elfish guy, and that's not the point.
Well, it is.
Well, it's not. It's not my point, anyway. A minute 15 remaining on the clock. It's a 3v3. This is as close as compLexity will get to making something of this game. They need to bring it back now. They have a player at disadvantage. They at least have the bomb, and the A site is open. He can plant on this side of the A site, and he should survive long enough to find himself a post-plant position. Both of those positions will be on the same side of the site. And from behind comes Nifty. 16-7, looking like it might be the score. Ape gets 1. They know exactly where he is. He won't be able to find the frag. The defuse going to come out here for Selfless. 16-7 the score to go with the 9-16 that compLexity won with before on Cache. So 2 entirely different games here, Elfish Guy. Entirely different scorelines, and of course, different winners as well.
Yep, exactly. And, well, like we said, it was going to be close. And I guess overall, in terms of the entire series, it was pretty close, considering both of them picked up pretty convincing map wins. So, overall, both teams getting away with some points. I think they'll be happy with that. But that's how things went.
Yeah, let's take a look at how today went through. Of course, we had 4 different teams with 4 different map winners. We started the day off with Team Liquid up against CounterLogic Gaming. Liquid won Cobble 16-5 their map, and then CounterLogic Gaming won their map of choice on Mirage 16-12. We headed over to Selfless up against compLexity, and it was the reverse of that, with Selfless going down on their map of Cache 16-9, compLexity losing their map of Train 16-7. So, well, everyone picks up 1 win, 1 loss.
Everyone's happy. Or everyone's sad.
Well, I don't know if everyone's happy. I think there's a few Liquid supporters that were like, how did we even lose a map to CLG? And
maybe
that's a fair call. I don't know, but CLG certainly took it to them, and of course, that time around, Selfless looking like an entirely different team to what we saw them on Cache.
Yeah, the break between maps definitely allowed them to talk about something, and they came back into that second map and looked so much better. So overall, I mean, I'm not particularly surprised to see a 1-1 coming out between that one. Liquid, I mean, I would have expected them probably to 2-0 CLG, but in the end, I guess a 1-1 again, considering their performances yesterday, not super surprising either.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed yourselves. We'll see you next time.